Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Austin Startup Week. This is the mental health wellness track. We're going to have 3 sessions throughout the day, as well as networking opportunities so you get to know your attendees. And to close out the day, we'll also have a mental and health and wellness happy hour at Irene's starting at 5 p.m. You don't want to miss this. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce myself and why I'm excited to be the track advisor and your MC for the mental health and wellness track today. Again, my name is Tony. I am the head of community for Sana, and I'm actually a community health worker at heart. Before joining Sana, I was actually doing community engagement on the south side and the west side of Chicago, dealing with social determinants of health that were plaguing our older adult community. One of the things that would always come up for people who were retired and on Medicare that they were lonely. Um, they needed connection. And one of the reasons why I stick to being a community health worker is because I believe that we can make a difference by connecting with each other. Some fun facts about me. I have 2 Boston Terriers. One of them is Starlord. He's 5 years old. The second one, his name is R2D2, and I'm actually looking forward to celebrating his birthday in 2 weeks. For R2D2, I'm thinking of getting like the Princess Leia wig, so I'm gonna be very excited about wearing that. Um, the other thing about what I'm doing is I'm actually going to be going on vacation pretty soon. So I'm trying to figure out if I want to go work at a farmhouse and learn how to milk a cow. Uh, I wanted to also thank our sponsor, Friday Health Plan. So I want to ask, um, to please bring up Kylie Everhart, Director of Sales of Texas of Friday Health Plans, who will be providing the opening remarks. Hey, Kylie, how are you?
Hi, Tony. I'm great. How are you? Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
I don't know if we're able to hear you. I can't hear you, Kelly. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you very, very much, Tony. I agree with you going to learn to milk a cow, and I think that sounds like an awesome time. So, um, Tony cannot hear me. Can everyone else hear me? Awesome. Thank you, Haley. So, as Tony said, I am Kylie Everhart. I am the Director of Sales for Texas for Friday Health Plans. And we are just so excited to, again, this year sponsor the Mental Health and Wellness track. Um, Mental health and wellness is an extremely important piece of the puzzle for Friday Health Plans, and that's why we offer such excellent benefits for that. Um, and we're just really, really happy to be a part of this again this year, to sponsor this track, to sponsor Capital Factory, who is doing this amazing startup week. A little bit about me. I have 20 years of experience in the health insurance industry. I've come from agency operations and came over to the carrier because Friday Health Plans is coming to Texas and throughout the country for to disrupt the market, to break down the barriers to care, to break down the barriers to mental health and to physical well-being. That's what we're here to do, and that's what we're accomplishing in Texas. We've been amazingly successful and super happy to be a part of this community. So um, I don't really have a whole lot to say for the opening remarks. I just hope that we have a phenomenal week for the mental health and wellness. Unfortunately, I'm traveling today, so I will not be at the happy hour tonight, and I am so sad for that. But we are getting ready to serve this entire community in Texas for the open enrollment, which starts November 1st. Please keep that in mind. November 1st runs through January 15th this year. And so when you want to look at your insurance for yourself or your group, please come and take a look at Friday Health Plans. We have some amazing benefits here in Texas throughout the state. And so we are just on the road show right now, getting everybody pumped up and teaching about our plans and on our services, just waiting to open up that open enrollment here in 25 days. So it's super, super exciting. Tony, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Kylie, and thank you for being our sponsor. I actually met with an entrepreneur yesterday, and she was asking me for an individual health plan, and I actually said, please check out Friday Health Plan, and she's definitely going to be sending you guys an email pretty soon. She's actually based in DFW, and I just told her amazing stuff about you guys, and I really appreciate the amazing work you all do.
Well, and we certainly appreciate you and this entire community. Capital Factory has always had a sweet spot in my heart. It's my first office when I moved to Austin. All of these amazing people at that office have just really welcomed me in. And so we're super happy to be a part of this and can't wait to have a beautiful future with Capital Factory and the Startup Week. And Tony, it's wonderful to see you again.
I know. It's been a year, isn't it?
It's been a year.
Did you know that we have a soccer team now? We have Austin FC. Have you gone to an Austin FC game yet?
I have not. I have seen that amazing stadium and I want to go. I've never really been a soccer person, so I don't even know when the season is to call myself out for that.
I would love for you to be one of my guests. Maybe you and I can go.
Absolutely.
And share a nice beer and just share stories.
I would absolutely love that.
But it's so good to see you. I'm so happy that you're one of our sponsors, and I really appreciate you coming out and talking to us.
Well, I appreciate you all very much, and I believe that my contact information is in here somewhere. Haley, I think that's correct. And so please don't hesitate to reach out to us. I can get you in touch with one of my team if we want to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Great. Well, so we're going to give an opportunity to get some of our panel speakers ready, and we're going to do a little bit of a break. And from there, we're going to be starting at 9:15 with Brandon and David. So stay tuned. We have more to come, and welcome to Austin Startup Week. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start our first session, and that is creating a resilient mindset to start a business. We all want to create something and bring it to this world, and all that starts with your mindset. In a fast paced world with limited time, but there are techniques that can be learned to achieve your goals. This event is composed of mental skills that, when practiced, will have positive benefits that help improve our mindset. Engaging in these techniques will improve performance, productivity, and organization. So I want to go ahead and welcome our guests. Let's bring up our speakers, Brandon Merger and David Pinkert. Brandon Merger is with Modern Mindfulness, and David Pinkert is with Friday Health Plans. Welcome, guys. How's it going?
Hey, morning.
Good morning, Tony. Thanks for having us.
Good morning, David. How are you, my friend?
Doing well, Brandon. How's your morning going?
It's going well. It's going well. So I'm really excited about asking you some cool questions and exploring what you've been up to and sharing a little bit about mental wellness. Right off the bat, we just want to hear a little bit about yourself, and also I'll tell you a little bit about who I am, and then I'll ask you some questions. I might throw some hard questions in there. Maybe you can reciprocate, and let's have some fun, man.
Let's do it.
So what is Friday Health Plans? Can you tell us a little bit about your story here?
Yeah, so Friday Health Plans is a high growth, early stage health insurance company, and we're focused on consumers who buy their own health insurance. So that's mostly people who don't get health care from their employer, and they have to go to a state or a federal exchange to buy health insurance every year. When we started the business, Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, was kind of new. People didn't really understand it yet, but the founders of Friday Health Plans knew that the big health insurers were going to really struggle to figure out who these consumers were and how to provide them with what they need. And if we could put together a little bit of capital and an enterprising, creative group of people, we could start to learn this market and understand it faster and better than anybody else. And that's the journey that we've been on. We started in our home state of Colorado, actually as a rural health insurer, and really use that as the test laboratory to start figuring out who are these ACA health insurance consumers, how can we help them, and developed a product that seems to be a real winner in the market. We expanded to urban and suburban Colorado. Over the last 3 years, we've now expanded into Nevada and New Mexico, where we're statewide. We've expanded into Texas, and we've got a lot of very happy customers in the Austin area in particular. And we're about to launch 3 new states. We'll go live later this year in North Carolina, Georgia, and Oklahoma. But we are, at the end of the day, a very specialized health insurer that is really 100% focused on individuals, consumers, and families who buy their own health insurance.
Beautiful. Thank you. So I'll tell you guys a little bit about myself and our organization. Modern Mindfulness, we started in China about 11 years ago. And I started teaching mindfulness there. It didn't exist at all. So I saw a problem that in China, they did not have that service. And you would think China, okay, people probably meditate, they probably take care of themselves. They really washed a lot of that out in the 1950s. And then modern mindfulness was very, very new to them. So I saw that problem and I started to create communities in Shanghai. And then 10 years later, I arrived here in Austin. So I've been in Austin for about 1 year. Really hard time to come to a new country during a pandemic. I think some of you guys can relate to that. And when I got here, we started to notice that a lot of people, they're also not taking care of their mental wellness here, and they're not practicing these type of skill sets as much. And a large part of what we do is corporate mindfulness training. And when I arrived here, I started to notice, wow, there are a lot of these mindfulness teachers. There's so many of them. That's amazing. And then I realized about 10% of them were doing this work full time. So we started training them. So once again, I saw another problem in the market. That entrepreneurial mindset started to kick in. I thought, how can I help these guys? So we started consulting them. So we do corporate mindfulness training and teaching individuals, but for the most part, we're training other mindfulness teachers, teaching them those entrepreneurial skill sets because they want to share their gift for the world, and more so teaching them versatile and palatable ways to portray mental health that is performance oriented so people really understand. So that's a little bit about us. I got a lot of questions here, man. I'm really excited about this. Uh, First and foremost, right off the bat, what does your personal mindfulness practice or self-care practice look like?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I mean, as anybody who is in the growth stage of a company knows, the company can take up a lot of your time and a lot of your mind space. And so a lot of the challenge for me is how to shift that or how to put that down when the time is right to do so. I'm an exerciser. Like a lot of people in Colorado, I try to exercise 5 to 6 days a week, if not 7. And besides the physical benefits, what that really does for me is, that's where when I'm spending time alone and sweating, that's where a lot of problem solving happens for me. And it's become sort of a joke between me and some of my business partners where we're in a sticky situation or we're solving a problem that seems really intractable. Someone will say, hey, someone get Dave a bike. We need to send him out for an hour and a half and see if he can solve this or figure it out.
Yeah, take some silence. Yeah.
Yeah. And it means turning everything off. This is not a social event. This is really, getting out of my office brain and trying to get into a different brain, hopefully, to see if we can find some other way through a situation that we're struggling with. So that's something that's important for me. And it's not on demand. It doesn't mean that every time I go out for a bike ride, I'm going to have a great big light bulb pop up, but it certainly is something that can enable that to happen for me. And I would say the other thing that I do every day that might fall into that self-care category is I'm a musician too. I play the piano and I play every day. And that has sort of the opposite effect. If I feel like I need to get from my work brain to my dad brain or my husband brain or my cook brain or my janitor brain or whatever I'm going to do after work, sometimes it takes something physical like playing the piano to do it. And sometimes I can 10 minutes is all it takes, and sometimes it takes an hour. But when I'm mindful about it, I can sort of feel it happening where, I'm playing, I'm focused on something that's really not the job. And I can feel that work stuff kind of slipping away and feel my brain kind of opening up to whatever it is I got to do next. So those are a couple things that are part of my routine that have very different purposes, but are both pretty important to me.
Totally. And what we say in the mindfulness industry is practicing purposeful silence. We have to find ways to escape or get away from what we call this paid reality.
Mm-hmm.
That's an acronym that stands for pressure, always on, information overload, and distractions everywhere. And you got to get paid, so we're dealing with this. I think that is very interesting. Your team and yourself identified that if there's a big problem, let's get David on a bike or let's get David to practice purposeful silence. I'm very curious how you guys came to that level of self-awareness and then that realization.
Yeah, it's definitely learned behavior. I didn't start with this routine. As a younger person in my career, I was much more of the go all the time, full speed. Don't worry about sleep, don't worry about food, just work, and good things will happen. And sometimes they actually did. But, I also learned the limits of that over time as well, and learned that sometimes there are faster ways to get there or more efficient ways to get there or just more mindful ways to get there, for lack of a better term.
Totally.
But my co-founder in the business and I have been working together on enough different things over the years. He was one of the first people to observe the pattern of I'd go for a hike or I'd go for a bike ride and I'd come back and be like, you won't believe what I thought of.
Right.
Yeah. And so he, that as a good partner, he picked it up probably even before I did. And to the point where he's like, all right, go get out of here. Go figure this out.
So the theme is dealing with burnout and dealing with resilience. And I heard a really great analogy. I'm actually going to give 2 analogies. The second one I think is a little bit better. One of the fastest land animals in the world. Do you know what it is, David?
Well, I want to say a cheetah, but I'm guessing you've got a better one for me.
No, it's as far as I know, and maybe some people in the audience know there are faster animals than a cheetah.
Okay.
As far as we know, it's a cheetah. And if you look at a cheetah, most of the time it's moving very slow. And it's conserving its energy, and they can go from 0 to however the hell fast cheetahs run really, really quick. So that's the first analogy for everybody in the startup world, in the business world. You got to slow down to speed up. The second one is if you're looking at race cars. They're going, and then they have to go to a complete stop. And in that stop, they're changing out the tires, they're checking the transmission, they're checking everything to make sure that everything's going to work properly, and then they blast off again. And if they don't do that, what happens to the tires? They just burn out, right?
Yeah.
So mental health is so important. And one of the things that I think you're doing, and I think one of the things that we're doing, is we're trying to make it more palatable for people. One of the things I tell people at Modern Mindfulness is we want to make mental wellness cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it doesn't have to be taboo at all. So one of the things at Friday Health Plans is you guys offer free mental health care for everyone. I'm fascinated with this. Can you tell me more about that, please?
Yeah, it's just a new benefit that we launched this year. At Friday Health Plans, one of our insights into how consumers think about health insurance and how they like to buy it is the first thing people want is they want a low premium, which is kind of obvious, but it's really important. And the second thing is, a lot of times when people buy a cheap health insurance product, for lack of a better term, they wind up unhappy with it because you don't get a lot of healthcare with that health benefit. Some of these products have high deductibles, and you don't really feel like you have any health insurance until you've been hospitalized or worse. And so the challenge for Friday over the last several years has been find innovative ways to bring people healthcare value every day without charging high premiums. And so a few years ago, we launched unlimited free primary care, and that's been a big success for us. We have free unlimited generics in all of our products. And we do the math on those. It turns out almost 80% of Friday members don't have any out-of-pocket healthcare expenses during the year. They pay their Friday premiums and they go to the primary care doc and they refill their meds. That's all free. And when we thought about, well, what else can we do for people? We asked some of our clinical experts at the company, and they said, what about mental health? What are we going to do? Because there's so much undiagnosed, untreated mental illness, mental health concerns walking around in America and in Friday's member population. There ought to be something better we can do with that. So we looked at a lot of alternatives. And what we realized is that there are just a lot of obstacles to people accessing the mental health care system. One of them is cost. And so if we could make mental health therapy visits free for all of our members, that's not the entire battle, but it certainly removes some of the obstacles to people accessing the mental health care system when they need to. The second thing that we have to do is recruit a lot of mental health providers. There are a lot of health insurance companies that have a kind of a thin benefit or a narrow network, and those are both obstacles to using the system. And so we as a health insurer, we can address those obstacles, and we can make them either very easy to get over or completely frictionless. And that's really our goal. Our first goal is let's make it really easy to use the mental health system. I mean, the goals there are several goals here and potential outcomes. The first one is we're going to have happier, healthier members, and that's just a good thing and worth it all by itself. But we also have a thesis that we're actually going to help people save money on healthcare by making mental health care services more accessible. When people have undiagnosed and untreated mental health diseases, it gets manifested in many ways. Anxiety is a great example. When you're feeling anxious, what happens?
I was about to ask you about that.
Yeah, you don't sleep very well. You might put on a few pounds. You might have headaches or chronic lower back pain. And when those things happen, and you don't go to a mental health provider, you go to your primary care physician or you go to an orthopedic surgeon, things like pain medications get prescribed. Things like lower back surgeries to deal with chronic lower back pain get prescribed and performed, when in fact, maybe a little talk therapy would be a good place to start. And so we think there's an opportunity for people to actually save money on healthcare by making these benefits more affordable and accessible. We haven't proven that yet. We're building a really interesting data set right now that's going to demonstrate here's what happens when you eliminate all the obstacles to the mental health care system. But even if it doesn't save people money on healthcare, it sure feels like the right thing to do.
Totally. And I'm very interested in this example that you gave in one of our conversations before this about back pain.
Yeah.
And, okay, your back hurts. What happens? You try to stretch it out. You try to work it out. It's getting worse. Go to a doctor. Doctor just gives you whatever, ibuprofen or some sort of pain pill, and you're. Can you explain a little bit about this and how they diagnose that and how that could be something else?
Yeah. Well, so typically what you described is exactly what happens. If you got lower back pain and you go to an orthopedic surgeon, for the most part, what a surgeon does is they cut, right? If they see someone with back pain, they say, I know how to fix that. Let's do a surgery. And that's what they go do. In the really good physician practices and the ones we really like to have as part of our network, we don't require people to go to a primary care physician first, but we sure encourage it. And we think that free primary care benefit has something to do with that. The best practice is actually integrate mental health care services into primary care. So, even though a primary care physician isn't a mental health professional, they're certainly capable of doing a screening, a brief screening for anxiety in a primary care visit and saying back to you, the patient, hey, have you ever talked to anybody about your anxiety? Before they say, here's a great orthopedic surgeon or here's a pain med that I would like you to try. So, those are those are some of the things that physicians are starting to do in a very creative and thoughtful way, and in a way that's much more holistic and treats the whole person, not just a symptom or an illness.
Totally. And it's just that awareness, and you guys are helping people have more awareness of the root issue, not just giving that Band-Aid effect. I want to talk a little bit about anxiety. I told you I'd throw some curveballs, some softballs at you. Everybody here probably has caffeine consumption. If you're watching this, raise your hand if you drink coffee. You're probably drinking coffee right now on this. How do you deal with your anxiety and how do you manage that? What's your relationship with caffeine? For me, I try to keep it underneath 2 cups a day. If I go above 2 cups, my eye starts twitching. And I think the sky is falling. So I try to cultivate that mindfulness on how much caffeine I'm taking in. And I'm just curious, how do you deal with that world and anxiety and also the relationship to caffeine, which I think a lot of people can resonate with?
Yeah. So you may be asking the wrong guy the wrong question on caffeine. I love caffeine. I find it to be
how much coffee you drink every day?
It's a really productive drug for me. And, 4 or 5 espressos a day is pretty normal for me. And, I know for me, my energy level starts kind of low in the morning, increases as day goes on. And so caffeine helps me level that out a little bit. By 2 p.m, I'm full speed and have no interest or need for caffeine, between then and bedtime. But in the morning, I find it to be super useful. In terms of dealing with my own anxiety, again, some of the things I talked about before, if I need to get from one headspace to another, whether it's going for a bike ride or playing the piano are techniques that I can use. But a lot of times, when I'm anxious, it's because we have a problem to solve. And, working directly on solving that problem, I know is the best medicine for me. If I can find a solution to this, or I can find a pathway to a solution for it, I'm going to sleep a little bit better tonight. I just know that about myself and how I process tough situations. But again, that doesn't always work. Sometimes that turns into I'm beating my head against the desk, staring at the same problem over and over again and not getting any closer. So I'm going to have to try something different. And again, fortunately, I've got a couple of different pathways to get through that. But that's usually where the anxiety happens for me. Is I have a problem that I'm not going to be able to sleep very well until I feel like I'm on a path towards a solution. The other kind of anxiety for me is, sometimes things are overwhelming. Sometimes the to-do list is just too damn long and it's getting longer rather than shorter. And, I've got to find other ways to make that to-do list shorter if I'm going to sleep well tonight. And, fortunately, Friday is now, we're no longer a startup of 6 or 7 people. We're a company where I've got a lot of teammates and a lot of partners and people who, when my to-do list is too long, I can ask them I can offload some of that on them. And likewise, when their to-do list is too long, they can offload some of that to me. So, having really good partners and having that sort of trusting relationship where we can share the load goes a long way. And we're fortunate to be in that position. But it's really hard to do that when you're in pure startup mode. There is no one to hand off to.
Totally. And I just wrote down on my notes here, what does this mean? So you experienced some anxiety, and for you, it seems to be an indicator.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of people, they experience, so you had that ability to be mindful of the anxiety and ask yourself, what does that mean? How can I deal with this? For a lot of people, anxiety comes and it just consumes and it's kind of crushing. And I'm curious as to how did you get to that point where you started to see anxiety arrive within yourself, and you started to understand that that's an indicator to point towards a problem. How did you come to that conclusion and not just have anxiety just crush you?
Yeah, I've never been, I don't think I've ever, I'm fortunate that I don't think I've ever been in that situation where I've gotten to the point where I'm crushed by anxiety. I've been more to the point where I'm really annoyed by it. And so for me, it's really knowing that I've got a couple of situations that aren't going to end well. And what are the things I can do is I'm getting into that situation to avoid it, right? How can I look at the calendar and look at the sort of the things that need to get done and realize I'm about to be in a situation where I'm overwhelmed and headed off before it happens.
So you're very proactive about it. I love that. And I think you're the perfect person to have this kind of chat with about resilience, because you have to have a very, very, very thick skin, a high level of resilience to do this startup world. Because I mean, to scale from 3 people to 6 people to a whole company, it's extremely difficult, and all the odds are against you. And if you can be aware of your mental wellness in that process, that's going to give you such a competitive advantage. So that's why we're having this talk, is to bring more awareness of mental wellness. And speaking of awareness and mental wellness, you guys have a lot of advertising on this free mental wellness services. And I'm very curious, how do you grow that awareness? What kind of strategies are you guys using? And what kind of wording are you using for mental wellness? Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, in general at Friday, we do try to take a slightly lighter approach to healthcare and health insurance than other health insurers might. Not that we don't take it seriously, but everyone has a mental health issue sometime. And we think it's really important to kind of normalize that experience. It's very easy when you're dealing with anxiety or depression or anything else to think, I'm alone, I'm the only one who's ever felt this way, and there's no way out of it. And the reality is everybody's been there. And if they haven't been there, they're going to be there. And so, we take a lot of care in our marketing materials and our member education materials just to take a little bit of that stigma out and try to normalize it a little bit. We had a little bit of fun last year promoting some of our mental health care benefits and services. Some of our video spots that we'd put together, we showed a family that had been in lockdown together for the last year, and everyone had lost their mind, either a little bit or a lot. And the punchline is, you're going to need some mental health care, and with Friday, it's easy. But it's fine to use humor, but the real point is that we are trying to lighten this a little bit and normalize a little bit, because needing to see somebody over a mental health care issue is incredibly normal, and there's no shame with it at all.
What kind of wording do you guys use in some of your advertising campaigns to raise awareness for mental wellness services?
I'm trying to think of what some of the wording is. We had a campaign last year that said, whoever told you the laughter is the best medicine never experienced COVID, or whoever told you the laughter is the best medicine was never locked down with my family. So those are examples of it. They're not that focused on healthcare. Actually, they're more focused on kind of personal experiences and what individuals and families might be dealing with.
Yeah. There's a saying from a gentleman, Ram Dass. People may or not know who he was, but it goes, if you think you're enlightened, go spend a week with your family.
Exactly.
Get locked up in that room. So something that we often use in corporate mindfulness training is just showing the dynamic environment of where mental wellness is and where it's going. We rewind and go back 60 years ago. If you saw me, depending on what I'm wearing, if you saw me running down the street, you would say, what is he running from? But now, depending on what I'm wearing, if I'm wearing a jogging outfit and not a suit, you'll say, oh, he's jogging. That's good.
Yeah.
Like, good for him. So this is very, very new physical exercise. If
Yeah.
you zoom out on how long we've been around, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, we had a more labor-intensive society. But now, just the past 55, 60 years, if you exercise, that's good. That's something that you feel that it's just something that you feel like you ought to do. And if you don't do it, you feel a little guilty. So we feel that the same thing is happening with the wellness industry.
Yeah. It's a really
And
good analogy.
yeah, and more specifically, the mindfulness industry is basically, as a species, we figured out if you stop once a day and just sit there and watch your mind, it's extremely useful for you. Or get on a bike and you can watch your mind there, or go for a run. When you're on the bike, just be on the bike.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going for a run, just go on for the run. The startup culture, the performance culture, it's like, yeah, let's go on the bike, let's listen to an audiobook. But it's so helpful, as you said, David, to get that silence. It's very, very, very important.
And challenging, not a place that you necessarily want to go or want to be, but necessary. You know,
Correct.
I
So
wanted to
people
ask
tell
you.
me, go ahead.
I
Yeah,
want to ask you, because you've been asking me a lot of questions, but I'm super
sure.
curious about what you do and how this works. When I think about, mindfulness in a corporate culture, like I wouldn't even know where to start if I were to look at my leadership team and my business partners and say, how are we using mindfulness or not using mindfulness as a team? How do you actually begin that process of assessing the role of mindfulness in a culture?
So it's all about the language, David. What we see is that there are two fundamental factors for your performance and for your life: your time and your attention. And everything and everybody is trying to steal that from you. You know what I mean? It's a finite resource, and you're running out of time. And you only have so much attention and bandwidth per day. And basic mindfulness training is protecting that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we really boil it down, that our attention affects our choices affect our actions, and our actions affect our results. Does that make sense? So there's a direct correlation with high attention and high results. And that's how we bring people into that world of mindfulness training, and also the stress reduction benefits of it. We have to have our ability to focus on what we need to focus on, and have that self-awareness to know when we need to slow down. Because there's this belief that more input equals more output. You and me both know that that's not true.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Well,
So
and it
it's
sounds
really
like
the language.
you see enough sort of discrete steps in the process that there are ways you can actually test and measure, how are we doing at this stage of the process? How are we doing at this stage? Aha, we see people are making bad choices here or no choices at all. This is where we need to focus in. Is that kind of how you assess and begin to work with companies?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
we're measuring people's focus. We're measuring people's stress. We're measuring people with the retention rate at their companies. It costs a lot more to rehire and retrain somebody because they're not burning out. And we really want to be as proactive as possible with that, and also with creativity and innovation. So that's a very, very key factor that we're using whenever we're bringing in mindfulness to corporations. Is where are we at right now? Where do we want to be? And where's the growth been along the way? And we try to infuse the organization with internal champions that can also bring mindfulness within the organization as well. It's a different world of leadership now. You have people, business professionals that are in their 30s, that it's not this classic high power distance culture where the boss is in a box and you can't really contact that person. Now it's more open. Leaders need autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And mindfulness training and emotional intelligence training allows the leaders to have more empathy and to have more compassion with their teams. And that helps a lot with preventing burnout, really understanding It's instead of saying your numbers aren't right, what's going on? Like, why aren't your numbers right? If you don't get your numbers right, this is going to happen. Compared to, hey, your numbers aren't right. What's going on? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
And opening up that conversation, and you have to really have a certain type of leader to do that. So that's one of the things that we're infusing into organizations and making those conversations much easier.
Yeah. We worry about burnout given, that our business can at times, that the high growth rate of our business can sometimes be a high wire act, and we don't want our people to fall off the high wire. What are some of the early indicators of burnout that you guys look for or screen for when you're looking at a team?
Just stress, lack of sleep,
Mm.
inability to focus, loss of passion, loss of the big picture. You just feeling drained. One of the things that we train is called cultivating beginner's mind, or as Jay-Z, which he probably got it from somebody else. He said, "I treat my first like my last, and my last like my first."
Yeah.
And having that beginner's mind, you remember when you really started Friday Health Plans, when I really started Modern Mindfulness, and that beautiful vision that you had, and you just get bogged down. You're trying to zoom out and really remember that and see where we've been, where we're going, and what is it we're really trying to do here? What is the problem that we're trying to solve for society? So I always recommend people to try to identify any kind of stress early on. And that starts with a very, very simple mindfulness practice of some breathing, checking in, purposeful silence. But if you can catch it before it happens, you're going to be much better off. That's very, very important.
Oh yeah, we've all seen that or experienced it. That once that burnout happens, that can be a one-way street. Sometimes there's no coming back from that, or it's
Totally.
a very long time until that person is back to the place where they can be kind of their best self, either in the company or not.
Yeah. So it's really what it amounts to is the language. So I never forget one of my best friends who just moved to Colombia. His name's RJ. That's short for Recon John. He's a U.S. vet. He was in the Iraq War, and he was first introduced to meditation as tactile breathing, or sorry, tactical breathing.
Yeah.
So you're getting shot at. What the hell are you supposed to do? Take a breath.
Yeah.
You're under fire. The enemy's coming, and the competitor's coming towards you. They're knocking on your door. You got loans to pay. You're in debt. What's the first thing you do? Take a breath, reassess, recalibrate, and then move forward. So the frame of mental wellness and the words of mental wellness, we believe, is so incredibly important. And that's a great segue to a question I have for you is, how the hell do you conquer the taboo of mental health?
Yeah. Here's the good news. It seems like some of the stigma and taboo around mental health is generational, and that, people who are younger than me coming up, it's already destigmatized. A lot of our younger adult customers don't have a primary care physician necessarily, but do have a relationship with a therapist. And, this is just a practice they learned early and something that's already fairly normalized for them. So I would say that, in the 35 and under group, it's not as big a problem as it is for the 35 and older group. For 35 and older group, again, what we can do is let's try to normalize this a little bit. Maybe we can use humor. Maybe we can use other techniques, but we got to remind people that whatever you're going through, you might feel like you're alone. You might feel like you're different or going through something that no one has ever gone through before, but it's not true. People all around you have either gone through what you're going through or are going to go through what you're going through. And it's okay to talk to friends about it. And it's okay to seek help from a professional. But just continue to remind people that, it's just your health. It's not there's nothing wrong with dealing with a mental health issue. Is something we can do as a health insurance company.
Yeah. So it seems like a big key theme is empathy and understanding that you're not alone.
Yeah.
Is that right?
And that's true in everything that we do. We work very hard to make sure that everybody who answers a phone or answers an email or answers a text at Friday Health Plan starts from a place of empathy. We think we're fortunate that we have a skill there, and that we're working to kind of, as we grow, not lose that skill. We do a lot of things differently at Friday Health Plans than other health insurers do, whether it's the benefit or the network or the pricing or the marketing. But the thing that health insurers do poorly, and we think they'll continue to do poorly, is caring and empathy for the people who are calling on the phone. And if we can be good at that and continue to be good at that as we grow, that'll make us a health insurance company like no other health insurance company you've ever seen before. We actually think it's the strategic differentiator that's gonna pay for itself, for as long as this is a company. So it's incredibly important for us, not just in mental health care, but in really any interaction we can have with any one of our customers. And you got to realize, when someone calls their health insurance company on the phone, it ain't for fun. It's not because they're trying to buy a new pair of shoes, or they ordered a green pair of shoes and got a blue pair of shoes and want it back. They're dealing with something, or maybe dealing with something on behalf of a loved one or a family member. And being there for them, being able to listen, being able to respond with at least a little bit of empathy, and then help them solve that problem and confirm that we've done everything we can do for them by the end of that call, is just a core tenet of how we run our business. And we think it makes us different. We think we can get significantly better at it. And we get the feedback we get from Friday Health Plans members is, I've never had a phone call like that with a health insurance company before, and we're delighted every time we hear it.
You're gonna sign me up, man. I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready. One of the things at Modern Mindfulness that we've been practicing, and our small team is expanding. I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah.
To see that grow up. We recently took on a new sales director, and she worked for a luxury brand, LVMH. You familiar? Yeah. And I'm not knocking LVMH. I don't know anything about those guys. But one of the reasons why she left was because of burnout. Yeah. It was because of resilience and not being able to cultivate that and infuse that in the culture. And when she came to Modern Mindfulness, one of the first things that we said is that we take performance breaks. At 3 p.m., we take a 15-minute break. I encourage you, go outside the office, walk around, get some sunlight, move, practice purposeful silence. And that's just so important. And she was kind of like really surprised by this and the culture. And I really think that from the leadership down, that needs to be infused in the culture of mental wellness and these things of performance break and empathy and having these open conversations and just really just infusing that on all levels of the culture. Just wrapping up. And we've got a little bit more time, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to ask all the questions that I wanted, but there are a couple more. And I definitely want to ask you that hardball question as well.
Sure.
But here's the key question: is for you and your team, how do you help those guys build resilience?
Yeah. It's not an easy thing to do, and there's not a short answer to it. I would say I have a couple thoughts on it. I would say, first of all, in terms of personally building resilience, there's no substitute for experience. And what I mean by that is, when I run into an obstacle today, there's a good chance I've seen it before or seen an obstacle like it before. And, with enough experience, I know I've got 1 or 2 or 3 different ways to get through it. If that doesn't work, I'll go for a bike ride and see if I can figure it out that way. Right. So, but, 25 years ago, I might've only had one way through that. And that is stay up all night and stare at it, or something like that. And so, just with time and with good habits, you can't help but build resilience, and you can't help but build out your tool set and your curiosity and all the different methods you might have for solving a problem. I would say, when I think about this company specifically, a lot of the obstacles we ran into, we overcame them because we were confident in what we were doing. And that sounds like a really simple thing, but it's really not. So, some of the obstacles we ran into when we were starting and building this business were, let's say, legislative obstacles, a law change, someone got elected who wanted to undo the Affordable Care Act, any one of those things. And there were the gut check moments where we had to sit down as a team and say, well, this is going to be difficult and we're not really sure how we're going to get through it. Do we believe in what we're doing? Is this still a good idea? Are there still 20 million people out there who need a better health insurance experience, regardless of what's happening in Washington or Austin or Denver? Like, yeah, we do believe in this. I'm like, okay, so let's keep going. But, we may need to modify our approach. We may need to bring down our burn rate because we got to make our capital last longer. We may need to reassess what states are good states for Friday health plans to go into. We may need to be stronger in this part of the business to get through this obstacle. So, going from that sort of scared, we've got this insurmountable obstacle in front of us, confirming that we still think we're doing the right thing and we still want to do it together, to, all right, now what's going to happen next, and be in a sort of a rational problem solving mode is a big part of it.
I got one more question for you. We got about 2 minutes left. Are you ready?
Yeah,
I'm going to give my own little answer, and then make sure you link how people can find more information about you, and I'll do the same for me. What about the legacy, man? When it's all said and done, what do you want to leave behind?
I have a really hard time answering that for myself. I don't know what's going to go on my epitaph. But I'll speak for Friday Health Plans. We see a big problem and a big challenge in the U.S. healthcare system, and we think we can make a really big difference in it. We know in our community here in Colorado, we've already made a difference. We're helping people save money on healthcare and have a better healthcare experience every day, and that feels great. But there are 49 more states we got to get to, and we're working our way through them. But one of the ways I think about it, how do we know when we're done and how we feel about it when we get there, is when we're doing this in every community in the United States, everybody has access to a Friday Health Plans product. That's going to feel pretty good, and that will be a big goal of the business. The question for us at that point will be, well, what's next? Who else could use a Friday Health Plans? Do seniors need a Friday Health Plan? Do people who are in the Medicaid program need a Friday Health Plan? And so, we'll have some interesting decisions to make when we get there. But those are sort of legacies we think about as a company and that we feel good about. And then the one other big one, and this one's a little bit weird, is, we think that the employer-sponsored health insurance model in the United States is something that needs to change pretty radically. And we'd really like to be a part of changing that. And so if 5 or 10 years from now, we can look back and say Friday was one of the catalysts to helping people get off of an employer health benefit and into something they chose for themselves and really wanted, that would be a really good thing here in America. And so that's another thing we look at. It's unclear exactly how and when it's going to happen or how we're going to influence it, but it's on our mind a lot and we think about it a lot.
Beautiful, man. Well said. For us, we just want to make mental wellness cool.
Yeah.
That's our brand, Modern Mindfulness. We're trying to make it more palatable, more accessible for people, and that's what we're all about.
I love
David,
it. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Well, it's such a pleasure and honor to speak to such a real entrepreneur like yourself and a real leader like yourself. David, if people want to find more information about you and your organization, where can they go?
Check us out at FridayHealthPlans.com. Easy to find.
All right. And for us, it's modernmindfulness.com. David, it was a pleasure and honor. Thank you so much, man. I'll see you around. Thank you for the work you're doing. Guys, Thank you so much for watching this stream. Really appreciate it. And Tony, we're going to hand it back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you so much, David. David, if you ever are in Fort Worth, Texas, and you want to go on a bike ride with me, I would love to have a bike ride with you so we can solve some other problems to address the social determinants of health, especially loneliness. Brandon, I love how you just ended it and said, like, mental wellness needs to be cool. And I can tell you that while growing up in the city of Chicago, we never addressed that in grammar and high school. Now we are, and I think that we're progressing in the right path. Well, thank you so much, guys. And I really think you guys are amazing.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it.
All right, now we're going to transition to networking and Hopin. To network with other attendees, press the networking icon on the left-hand side of your screen, and you'll be randomly paired with another who's attending, and we'll have 5 minutes to chat with one another. If you like to continue the conversation after your session, click on the connect button at the bottom of your screen, and you will both receive an email from Hopin that will help one another. We'll be back for another next session, which is Sound Bath, a meditative experience using a combination of singing bowls, tuning forks, gongs, and overtone emitting instruments, which play in perfect harmony to alleviate stress and provide deep meditation in about 30 minutes. If you're planning to join, I highly recommend you guys bring your headphones. I know I'm going to use my headphones that I have here with me. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll be right back. And this is where we're going to be networking. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. My name is Tony. I'm going to be introducing our second session, which is our sound bath. A sound bath is a meditative experience using a combination of singing bowls, tuning forks, gongs, and other overtone emitting instruments, which play in perfect harmony to alleviate stress and provide deep meditation. These sounds assist in a downshift of the nervous system, creating therapeutic and restorative conditions for the mind and body. Headphones are highly recommended for the best sound experience. Find a cozy and a quiet space to be without distractions and plan to stay there for the duration of the sound bath. I know I have my headphones ready. We're thrilled to be joined by Shanila Sitar, an Austin based integrative wellness leader, a fourth generation sound healer, breathwork coach, women's researcher, national speaker, mentor, and the founder of Always Play Studios and the Integrative Healing Academy. Janila spent 12 years in tech and women's research before navigating to a world where the scientist and the mystic and her met each other. So let's bring up Shanila. Hey, Shanila,
Hi,
thanks for
Tony.
being
Thanks for
here. We're
having
really
me.
excited for this.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and I'll take it from here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, friends. Thanks, Tony, for introducing me. I'm Shanila. I'm based in Austin. I'm a sound healer and the founder of Always Play Studios, where I play sound baths, mentor healers, and also coach breathwork. And so, by the show of typing it in the chat, let me know if this is anybody's first sound bath, or if this is somebody, if you've never experienced a sound bath before. And in the meantime, I'll let you know that you can experience a sound bath laying down, seated up. You can lean against a wall. You can bring your kitties, your blankets, be as comfortable as you can, because we'll be here for about 20 minutes in the actual sound bath portion. Okay. And so what's happening here is I'm playing crystal singing bowls that are tuned to specific frequencies that help you get into deep states of meditation. So in this wellness track, we're talking about, activating our rest. We're talking about activating our, resiliency. But what is it? How good are we actually resting in our body? So the sound bath actually helps trick your brain into going into something known as the theta state, which is a deep restorative meditative brain state where you get all the benefits of meditation. You get the better sleep, the better mood, the better focus, the better clarity, the better energy, all the good stuff. And I always call this is like the cheater's way to meditate. So if you think you're really bad at meditating, or you have to like shut up your mind to meditate, this will get you there without you having to do all the hard work. All right. And so during a sound bath, you might experience a couple of different things. You might experience some heat energy moving through your body. You might feel some tingling sensations. You might feel some numbness, some cold energy moving through. You might also fall asleep, which is okay, but your brain is still listening to the sounds, even if you do fall into rest and relaxation. So a few different ways to experience this is, one, you can have a really active meditation. I'll be guiding you with my voice and the sounds, and you can really focus on your breath and follow along in that way. Or you could have a really passive meditation, meaning you just lay back and just see what the sounds are going to do for you. All right. It's going to be restorative for you either way. And so with all of that said, I'm going to invite you to put on headphones. Just the way that I'm streaming the sound is just a better quality in headphones. So if you have some headphones you can pop on, that'll be nice. But if not, that's fine too. And find a cozy place to be. Seated, laying, blankets are all nice. All right. So once you get there, go ahead and take a deep breath in with me. In through your nose. And exhale. Big exhale. And then just shake out your body a little bit. Shake out your shoulders. Shake out your hips, shake out your ribs, kind of get a little bit of movement in the body. And on this next breath, go ahead and rub your hands together, get some heat energy going. Breathing in through your nose. And as you exhale this time, shake. Just shaking out. Good, 2 more, just like that. Big deep breath in, rub your hands together, get some fire energy going. And we are in this new moon right now, which disturbs a lot of sleep. So sound baths are really perfect for activating your sleep. And then exhale, go. One more time. Rub. Inhale. And exhale, shake it out. Bring your hands wherever it feels nice, maybe on your lap or by your side, maybe on your belly, maybe on your chest, wherever feels nice for you. And go ahead and begin to close your eyes. And just arrive here. Arrive in your space. Arrive in your body. And notice how you feel today. Notice the sounds, the textures, the sensations that are around you. Notice the thoughts that are floating through your mind. Say yes, thoughts. I see you, thoughts. Thank you, thoughts. Come back to your breath, breathing in through your nose. And exhale. Begin to relax your body. Relax your toes and your ankles. Relax your calves and your shins. Relax. Relax your knees, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Relax your thighs and your hips. Relax your lower back and your belly. Relax. Relax your upper back and your chest. Breathing in through your nose. And out through your mouth. Relax your shoulders, your arms, your forearms, all the way down to your fingertips. Relax. Relax your neck and your throat. Relax your jaw. Relax your lips and your tongue. Relax. Relax your cheeks and your nose. Relax your ears. Relax your eyes and your eyebrows. Relax your forehead. Relax the top of your head. Breathing in and out. be. Nothing to see. Just to be here. Gently surround your entire body in a golden ball of light. From the top of your head, your face, the center of your body, all the way down to your feet. A beautiful golden ball of light. And as you breathe in, allow this light to gently enter in through your nose, spinning and spiraling open every single cell in your body. And as you exhale, let this light carry away anything you don't need right now. Taking more of this beautiful golden light, allowing it to bring in peace, calm, relaxation, and rest. And as you exhale, let go. Unclenching your face, relaxing your jaw, dropping your shoulders, dropping your back. Relax your hips, all the way down to your feet. Relax. Allowing this golden light gently dance into your body, spinning, spiraling open every single cell, helping you cleanse and relax, helping you recalibrate. On your next breath, find yourself somewhere in nature. Maybe you're at the beach, at the ocean, or in the forest with the trees. Perhaps the desert, or the snow. Wherever it is, arrive. And while you're in this space, go ahead and look around. Notice the sights. Notice the sounds. The textures and the sensations. Notice the feeling. Breathing in and out. Just letting yourself be here, breathing at your own pace, your own rhythm. closing out this time in nature, thanking the earth for supporting you, bringing yourself back with this golden light surrounding your whole body. Letting it hug you with every breath you take in, feeling a sense of calm and peace. And with every exhale, a release. And closing out your practice today by taking a deep breath in through your nose, filling up your whole body, filling up your belly, filling up your chest, and exhaling out with a big sigh. Two more just like that. Big deep breath in through your nose, filling up all the way. And exhale, let go. Deep breath in. Exhale, send it out. Gently bringing both your hands on your heart or your belly, wherever feels nice, somewhere on your body, to take a moment to receive. Tuning in back to your breath, feeling your heartbeat, feeling the temperature of your body. And whenever you're ready, we'll take 3 deep breaths together, in through our nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose and out. Last one. Big deep breath in and send it out. Gently bringing your arms down, beginning to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, move your shoulders side to side, take a big stretch to the side, take a big stretch up, take a stretch to the front, and taking all the time you need, blinking your eyes open, bringing your awareness back to the room, back to the body. And while you come back here, I'll let you know how to take care of yourself after doing a sound meditation. We moved around a lot of energy in the body, and even though the sounds are not playing anymore, they're still being listened to by your brain. So you might feel a little bit of difference in the next couple of days, actually. So you might notice your sleep being a little bit different, your mood, the way that you are, your energy levels, your dream worlds might be a little bit different. And I highly recommend that you do something grounding for yourself before you head into the next part of the programming, whether it's just simply really quickly putting your feet on the ground. If you can't make it outside, just putting your feet on the ground to ground back down to your body. Drink some water, tons of water to just flush around any of the toxins that are moving around. And then hot tea, I know it's hot in Austin, that's where I am too, but some hot tea will allow yourself to ground back into your body. Okay. And if you want to connect with me, I'm Shanila Sattar. You can find me on alwaysplay.org. And thank you for having me, and I will see you next time.
Thank you so much, Shanila, for that amazing sound bath. We were able to activate our rest and our resiliency. So just like she mentioned, please drink some water and some hot tea. I know that I like hot green tea, so thank you so much for this amazing activity. Okay, now we're going to transition to networking, but if you want to go and have a glass of water, please feel free to network with other attendees. Press the networking icon on the left-hand side of the screen. You'll be randomly paired with another attend, and you will have 5 minutes to chat with each other. If you'd like to continue the conversation after your session, click the connect button at the bottom of your screen, and then you will both receive an email from Hopin that will contact with one another later on. We'll be back for our final session, which is, I don't even know if I can say this word, shit happens, bereavement, burnout, and the difficult conversation in about 10 minutes. Again, thank you. So right now, go and network. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to be introducing our last session. Once again, my name is Tony. I know that I just got a fresh glass of water while we were taking this 15-minute break, and we were also networking. So let me go ahead, introduce our session, our final session, which is Shit Happens, Bereavement, Burnout, and the Difficult Conversations. 60% of employees have access to paid bereavement leave through their employers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that is usually only about 2 to 3 days off, not always with pay. A new study from US researchers found that about 9 people are impacted by the loss of a single person. Couple that with outdated employee assistance program and box checking diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and the loss of normalcy during a global pandemic, and suddenly that place you spend the most of your time can feel foreign. In this chat with Carl McCarthy, co-founder of CodePilot and VP of HR at Cognite, and Christina Wells, VP of People at Plantly, Kara will share her story of how she navigated the uncomfortable discussion about reducing hours and pay to spend the last 16 weeks with her mom before she died. Meanwhile, Christina will share her insights as a colleague, employer, and mom fighting burnout and creating safe spaces for difficult conversation. All right, let's bring them up. Hi, Kara. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Hello.
Kara, I am so sorry for your loss. I actually lost my grandma 5 years ago, and that's the reason why I actually packed up my life from Detroit, Michigan, and I moved to Texas because she was the last one. I was really attached to, so it's kind of lonely. So I sympathize, and thank you so much for leading this conversation.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that story. You would be maybe surprised or not surprised to know how many people are affected by loss and grief that some people share with us and some people don't share with us. And so thank you so much. I think hopefully Christina and I are going to be able to sit down and share with the folks listening on the call this idea of creating a safe space, right? And navigating challenges and life events, unexpected, like the loss of a parent, or expected grief challenges, like balancing work and life, having a new baby, a stressful move. There are so many types of these anxiety and grief producing events that we are all going to go through in our lives. And so we really, Christine and I want to have a discussion, kind of a fireside chat, if you will, around these types of life events, and maybe bring a few different perspectives to the discussion around our individual journeys, also the lens of the employer, and also maybe highlight some local startups that we think are truly paving the way in some of these areas. So we're really happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I will let you go ahead and start.
Cool. Thank you. Awesome. Hi, Christina.
Hi there.
I'm so glad you were able to join me today.
Yeah. It's great to be here.
Cool.
Austin Startup Week is a really great time to share ideas and thoughts, and it's going to be great.
Yeah. I will briefly introduce myself, and then I'll hand it over to you, and we can get that out of the way. So I am a founder and a people/HR operator. My focus has really been on that sweet spot of scaling startups from their early stages into exits. Companies like CodePilot, which was my own company. We were acquired by AngelList, World First, which was a fintech company, scale and grew them into an acquisition in the Retail Me Not, where you and I met. Where we went through that IPO journey, right? So that is for me the lens of that scale of how do you scale companies and build the people programs, from 0 to 1,000. Currently, I'm the vice president of HR at Cognite. We're a global data ops company that really helps the full scale transformation and digitalization of our heavy asset industry customers. In addition to that, I help invest in local startups through a platform called The Fund Austin. And I mentor new founders on all things hiring, scaling, growing, and culture at the Founders Institute. So not busy at all, but I love what I do. I love the startup ecosystem. I'm so happy to be a part of Startup Week because it's so much a part of what I love to do. As I promised the group, we would chat about also our personal stories. I'm planning a wedding, which is really exciting. I'm, considering a remodel, also very exciting. But for anyone, these are stress-inducing events, and balancing those types of things, I'm excited to kind of dive into today. But I will hand it over to you, Christina, where you and I obviously met at Retail Me Not back in 2013, I think, maybe, or 14.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to be here with you today, and would love to have you, give an overview to the group a little bit about yourself.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Christina Wells, as Kara had mentioned, and Kara and I have known each other since 2013 from Retail Me Not. But a little bit about my background. I am also an HR leader in the Austin startup space. I moved to Austin. Who is an Austin native? Not a lot of folks. I'm one of those transplants. Didn't come far. I came from Dallas. I moved here in 2008. I started my career in recruiting, and then Austin was calling me for technical recruiting, and I've worked for several recruiting agencies over the years in leadership positions. Like Kara mentioned, was there when Retail Me Not had their IPO, so kind of like scaling up, fast-paced recruiting, getting all the great talent so we can have an amazing journey there, and then went on to another startup called Modernize and worked there for 4.5 years. And then they have been through an acquisition. And then now I'm currently the VP of People, and I sit on the executive team for a company called Planoly. And we are a social media planning tool, mobile app and web application to help small businesses and entrepreneurs, probably a lot like y'all, out there with their social media planning needs. And very exciting to be here with this like dynamic team. There's about 50 of us, and enjoying it every day. In addition to my full-time job, I also sit on the board of advisors. I'm a real big lover of startups and entrepreneurship. I'm on the board of advisors for a Austin-based startup in town called Flow Recruit. They are in the legal recruiting space, actually started through kind of Capital Factory and things like that. So that was really exciting. I kind of joined as their mentor several years ago to the CEO and the CTO, and then now on the advisory board. And then I also am on the advisory board for a company not based in Austin, but a really wonderful tech company called Amelia. They are in coincidentally, the mindfulness and wellness space. They have a lot of really great products and features from the B2B side. Trusted brands like Carta and things like that use them around making sure that we are all taking care of one another with different mindfulness and breathing activities and sleep and things like that. It's really wonderful. I'm also involved in nonprofits. And gosh, outside of all of that, I'm also a working mom with what sounds like a lot of jobs, but I have two beautiful little boys, 4 and 6 years old. And that's my most important job and my most passionate job, I would say. So that comes first, and everything else I said is a close second. But
yeah,
I'm glad to be here today.
Not busy at all, right?
No,
not busy at all. Have nothing going on. No stress-inducing events on your side. Wow, Christina, thanks for sharing. Hopefully that's relatable to some folks that are juggling full-time jobs and passion projects and life and outside of the home and all of those sorts of things, right? I think is a equal opportunity for everyone to experience. So thanks for sharing. I want us to dive right into this idea of grief. And I want to say from the beginning, I think as I share my story around losing my mom, that grief can be associated with loss, but not only death. And so if you haven't actually lost a loved one, you still might be experiencing grief, right? And so I wanted to say that up front, that grief, in my opinion, and Christina, feel free to chime in, can be a wide variety of scenarios, from everything caused from the pandemic, like isolation due to COVID, where we're grieving our coworkers, right? Or that type of relationship, or we have lost a pet, or we have lost a loved one, or we've gone through the loss of potentially a divorce. There are so many different life events, I think, that are associated with grief that maybe we'll touch on a few of those. But I want to start by sharing a story from maybe about 10 or 15 years ago. I was an intern at a company, and I found myself crying in the supplies closet. It's not glamorous. This is a vulnerable conversation, so we are sharing some really personal stories. But I had just gone through a breakup, and at that time, I was thinking to myself, I am going through something. I am grieving, but I'm worried that my employer is going to find out. Are they going to make me leave work? Are they going to be supportive? It was a really, I'd say, unnerving time where I was trying to balance going to work every day and that feeling. And I think fast forward to now, we are having the conversations at work. We are creating supportive environments. We are bringing our whole selves to work. And so I love seeing the shift and the dynamic into today's world. I think we've done a lot of stuff, and you and I will go into that. But my mom passed away in 2016. At the time, I was an HR director for a really young new startup. I think we had maybe 20 people at the time. I was tasked with like charging and scaling up the team. And, I had been supportive of other people going through life event and short-term disability and all these things, but I had never personally been on that side of the table. And, for those HR people on the call, we knew that family medical leave, FMLA, is eligible for companies over the size of 50 people, and you have to have been working there for a certain amount of time. Well, we didn't qualify. So I was in a situation where we've never had this. We didn't have the materials. We didn't have some of the programs. And I was navigating the really uncomfortable conversations around, oh my gosh, my mom has just been diagnosed with a really aggressive form of cancer. They've given her, some weeks to live. I mean, but I just bought a new house. How am I going to have to quit my job? Can I reduce my pay? Can I reduce my hours? Do I have a company that can support that? And it was really challenging. I would say we didn't have any policies or process in place, being a new startup. And as the one that would put that in place, I was on the other side of that table.
Yeah.
And it was really challenging. I mean, it was challenging on the employer side, and it was challenging on the personal side. I made the tough decision to stay with my mom. I say tough decision, but also an easy decision to be able to stay with my mom at all costs during that period in her life. And it has really fueled the passion to the companies that I'm at today to make sure that we have really comprehensive leave guidelines, really supportive, comprehensive leave guidelines. And, my situation isn't unique. There have been over 700,000, I think, deaths and just attributed to COVID in the last, 12 to 24 months alone. And people are going through this. And I think as Tony mentioned, not everyone has access to bereavement leave. Maybe around 60%. And also statistically, 9 people are impacted by the loss of someone. And when you compound that multiplier, you're like, oh my gosh, wow. This is something really that is on a large scale impacting our workforce of today. I want to kind of dive in and I'm going to ask you some questions too, Christina, but I want to dive into a couple different areas. How on the individual side can we navigate this, right? But then on the employer side, what can we do to have process and policy and create that safe space in a couple different phases? I think about it in 3 kind of phases. One is that planning phase, right? So my mom, she was going through this end of her life period. And I was thinking, okay, what do I need to plan for? What are the steps that I need to take? More logistical around how do I support her? How do I support myself? How do I continue working part-time? How do I make sure that her assets, and we created all of these steps and planning phases that is such a huge piece of the process, right? I think that's a really interesting thing to dive into. I think the at-need support, so that emotional support, that hey, I'm going through something at this exact moment. I'm burying my mom this week, or whatever that is for different people. That I think is also an interesting topic. And then coming back into work. What does that look like? And how is that different for people? And as an employer, how can we support different transition plans and coming back into the office and supporting different needs of different people at different times. And so that's kind of how I want to look at this and the lens of bereavement leave and grief. But I want to get your perspective too, Christina. What do you think at Planoly that on the employer side are kind of good tips or processes or tricks that you're doing or you're seeing in this space and kind of the elder care, senior care, bereavement leave, that kind of end of life process? Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts and opinions about it. I checked our handbook yesterday, and we do not have a formal bereavement policy, which, yes, it's my responsibility to decide if we put that in there or not. I mean, I'm the type of HR leader, and we are, to disclaimer again, we're a small tech company of a little bit less than 50. And so there are some folks on the call that might be much larger and need those very, I guess, documented process. There might be a lot of folks on here that are startups like us that don't yet. And I just kind of lead HR and people of we are a culture of trust and responsibility, just like the famous Netflix deck by Patty McCord and such of we trust first and know that people aren't there to take advantage of any type of leave allowances, but like what you said of the planning phase, that middle phase, and then the return phase, I would recommend in how I kind of do organization planning, taking us even a step further back of not forecasting and anticipating that someone will need to go on some type of leave or have a difficult, challenging life event where they need grace and empathy at any point in time. And it could be any of us. It could be the CEO down to your newest intern. And, creating, and when you're thinking about scaling organizations, creating responsibilities and roles where there is some overlap, and not to use the word redundancy, but an appropriate accounting term, making sure that if I was out of the office, and I needed to be immediately, that the world will go on. And of course, Planoly will move on without me, as important as I think I am. But it's important that the key pieces of my role have been distributed out. And I have also experienced loss. When I was at Modernize, I lost my brother-in-law. He had a very aggressive cancer, my sister's husband. And I remember thinking, what are they going to do without me? And regret always happens in these life stages. I didn't actually, he was in Dallas. I didn't leave Austin to go see him by his bedside until it was too late, in my opinion, because I had this naive thought that I need to be here for the company. And maybe that was part of my grieving. And so my big learning experience from that was, as much as we can, to remove that burden from any employees thinking, I can't be out because my parents are sick, and I can't be out because a sprint is about to be deployed or the future is about to be deployed. And I have worked with people that come to me like, my mom is really sick, or my I'm going through a really, really hard time, but I know there's a big project due, and there's that stress. I can't even complete the sentence, but we've all been there. And we have to remember that we are human, and we all need to take care of one another. That's what we're there for, a company. Planoly's motto is family first, then health, last career. And I preach that, and I think about that daily when people come to me and have that safe space and hopefully the vulnerability to come to me of look, I'm struggling with isolation, or I'm struggling with my partner, or I'm struggling with my dog. And it's we'll handle it. We will handle it. Don't you worry about a thing. And I think, again, sans us not having a policy, is when you put that trust into your workforce, then they come back knowing that they're not temporary, they're not disposable. They can take the time that they need to decompress and grieve and find comfort, and then come back with a renewed energy when the time is right for them.
Yeah, I think that spot on. And I want to dive into something that you said, that as a colleague, so not only as an employer, but as a colleague, how can I show empathy? I think some of the hardest navigation is as HR operators, we're kind of prepped. We're a little prepped in this space. We kind of know what to say and how to do, but let's say there's people on this call that are just colleagues. They just know somebody going through something at work. what do they do? And
Yeah.
I think you hit the nail on the head, right? You were like, trust is key. Empathy is key. Understanding is key. I also think that for a lot of people, grief is ongoing. It's a process. And so I
Right.
think what's really helpful as a colleague is to like check in with people. It's not just in most cases a one-time thing that happened and then you move through it. It's actually it could be a multi-check-in. And so something I did, there's been so many events that have happened in the last year outside of just what we do at work, but in the political arena and in some of the movements that we see. There's so much happening that could be impacting and affecting people in grief. I check in with people and say, how are you feeling today? And then I'll check in with them like, how are you feeling tomorrow? And I think that's really important. If you're a colleague and you're like, okay, how can I support people going through grief? I think that's the best thing that you can do, is just know that that grief is an ongoing process. I think the other thing that you mentioned that's also really interesting is it's different for different people, right? Like that personalized piece. And so I always really encourage like other colleagues is take cues from those people. Some people really want to share that and they feel empowered by sharing that. And then some people are like, I'm not ready to share that, or I don't want to share that. But it's giving people the permission to feel how they want to feel, but also but also for them to know you're there.
Right.
And it's like taking those cues.
Right. And to give a very vulnerable example, Kara, you were actually there to support me through it, but a loss, not a life loss, but I went through a divorce while at Retail Me Not. And it's just knowing that I had to pour myself into work. I worked harder. I worked early. I worked late. I needed to remove myself from, my own thoughts. And, there are some people that need to take weeks off to be alone in their thoughts, or to go home to family in their thoughts of, this very use case that I'm talking about. And it's not on us to judge what another person chooses. Because I remember people actually forcing me to be like, Christina, you should take off. You need time off. Like, you need this, you need that. I'm like, I know what I need. I've been in this body for 30 something years. I appreciate the love and the sentiment and that. But Carol, like you said, it's just the cue as a colleague, cueing that, like, and you did this really well 8 years ago. Like, I know you're going through something. I don't know what it is, and I can't relate to it at this exact moment, but let me know how I can be there for you. And that's what I needed to hear. And so if I'm not there to judge, if someone's like, why are they out of the office for 3 weeks because of a divorce when I was able to bounce back in a day, or the other person saying Christina's insensitive to her life needs because she's not out of the office. I think we just have to respect everyone is unique and individual.
Yeah, I love that. Well said. I also think what's interesting too around bereavement leave specifically in that time period is companies that are doing a good job in Austin. I want to plug a couple. Bumble just recently announced this year that they were going to be giving 15 days for grief. And again, everyone's scenario is different, right? You plugged yourself into work. You were like, I need to be here. I need to be busy. And when my mom passed away, I came back to my desk and I was like, I cannot be here. I feel like an alien. And that's absolutely okay, right? And it's like, so what do you think, in terms of, Bumble rolling out this awesome policy around 15 days for paid time off? I think the misconception is that some people want to use it and some people don't, and that's okay. It's just having guidelines that as an employer and you maybe as a startup founder are thinking about how can I support people during this time. It's just giving people that time, if that's a couple days, if that's a couple weeks, whatever that person needs to kind of move through that, I think is what we should do to support that. So,
well, you think of it like with some parental leave, like at Planoly, trying to like draw a parallel. Our 12 weeks of paid parental leave for birthing and non-birthing parents can be used at any time in the first 12 months of the event. And so, if a company like Bumble, which is really great, policy to say 15 days, and like you said, grief comes in ebbs and flows. It's not like I'm out for 2 weeks and then bam, I'm back to 100%. okay, if you're the type of person that needs to jump into work as a distraction, can I parking lot, use a few days here and parking lot the rest if you do have, an accrual like vacation policy versus open PTO. Like, again, I don't have a policy, but as I hear you talking, like, that's something that I would, want to put in place. It's not a use it or lose it in the first 3 weeks of the event. It's use it when you need it.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I think that's a really interesting idea, and I know that's something also at Cognite that we do with our new parents as well. Is that if you want to take the time off for how many days that you want to at different times, we do that. It's a great segue, actually. So I want to give a little bit of room to talk about a different type of leave, not necessarily bereavement, but more thinking about maternity leave, paternity leave, parental leave, caregiver leave. There's all kinds of leave also, not just at the end of life, but at the beginning of life. That is stress producing in its own right. You're a mom of two amazing boys, and I haven't gone through that yet, but I think you had mentioned that Planoly is family first, and you guys have a really awesome process around maternity leave. And I love this idea of like being able to use the time when you need it. And it doesn't always have to be at once. At Cognite, we've had so many new parents. It's amazing. So many new parents in the last year and a half that I feel so proud. And I'm like, this is great. I want to support that life event. I know that it's stressful. And I know some of our new parents have taken a couple of days, locked back in, taken another couple of weeks and they've done what works best for the life. And that's supportive. Walk me through, at Planoly, what you think about around parental leave and that stage of life. What are you guys doing? I know the Zebra in Austin is also, the Zebra founded in 2012. They're an insurance comparison site. They have a really great program. They launched, I think, a year or two ago that their new policy was, 20 weeks for caregivers. And I love this idea of caregiver, right? Do you have to be actually a birthing mother, or are you raising a parent? Are you adopting? Are you going through a child with special needs? It's like caregiving, I think is definitely impacts most of us. And I think about even when my mom passed away, I was caregiving to her at her end of life, that kind of, and so I think the Zebra is doing an awesome job paving the way in kind of the caregiving. What are you doing at Planoly around maternity, parental caregiving leave?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very passionate because it directly impacts me and over 30 million other families in the U.S. with children with children with at least one working parent, and it's everywhere. And yes, in the past year and a half, we've had a baby boom, and at Planoly we have, like I said, like a little under 50 employees and 9 babies this year, 6 of them right now, and 3 of those are on the executive team. So we're running very, very lean, but because we have this get prepared before your leave happens, and teamwork, and I've got your back and I will cover, and I don't know what all these jobs are, but we can keep the ship afloat mentality. I think Planoly is thriving and doing a great job with the parental leave that we have going on at this moment as of today. But at Planoly, we have 12 formally in the handbook cross-checked, 12 weeks of parental leave for birthing and non-birthing parents. And it's very important to me, and if any other HR leaders are on this call, challenge you to review the handbook, because like you said, Kara, the caregiving, who's to say, maternity versus paternity, which genders take care, or even primary versus non-primary. It's not our place as an organization to define, if, a birthing woman is having a baby, if that is the primary or secondary, or if a gentleman is, a self-identified gentleman is having a baby, is that primary or not primary? And so we're just like, are you caring for another person?
That's right.
Our leave.
It's a big job. It's a big job. Doesn't matter.
Right. And I went, and having been a birthing mother, and my partner did not have the luxury of having much time off. I cross-checked data today. He said he took about a week for each of our children, and it was isolating. It was lonely. And then I would get in my head and thoughts of like, am I qualified to be a working mom? And do I should be working? And, there's a lot of women, or parents, I should say, mothers and fathers, but a lot of parents that are leaving the workforce because of the pressures of trying to balance work and family. And it's just so difficult. And so we just, again, like I said, with bereavement, to be quick, arrive where you are. The policy is 12 weeks, but that week, those weeks after, if you need a slow return, meaning more flexible hours, or you want to take more leave after that, unfortunately it is unpaid, but we have to, have that somewhere, but we're flexible. Just talk to us and having that plan in place. If you're the type of person that is scared to be alone with a newborn, like I was, like if you want to come back early, we don't need you to, but again, we're not going to enforce anything, but just having the flexibility, having the empathy of everyone is different. Same thing, bereavement leave, parental leave, any type of leave in my book.
I agree. I think well said. And I think you hit on something that was interesting. It's this idea that support is across dimensions, right? So we talked a little bit about paid leave, right? So that I would consider like financial support. And then we talked about, emotional support. How do you emotionally? And then we also talked about like how resource planning is so critical to keep your business moving. I think maybe a common assumption is that I'm a small startup. I can't offer any leave. Like people can't leave, and it's like, okay, well, life happens, or in this exact scenario, shit happens. And we have to be prepared. And so resource planning at any stage of your startup, if you're a 5-person shop, if you're 50, if you're 500, you need to plan and better prepare, right? So,
right.
I think I want to talk a little bit about maybe the emotional support side, the employee assistance programs. Employee assistance programs, for those of you who don't know what that is and haven't heard of it, on the HR side, it's any type of employer sponsored program that helps you with coaching or counseling. Usually it comes in attached with some of your healthcare. So you might have it through a company like Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, or you might have it in any other like Unum or any type of employee assistance program. I think I want to talk a little bit about that and what we think about those and some of the new tools entering the market in employee assistance programs. So I have a stat here that I want to share. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, productivity loss due to personal issues, health issues, stress-related issues cost us $200 billion annually. Everybody is impacted by stress. And as an employer and as an HR operator, like we have to think about how this impacts our group, how to keep people happy, healthy, and sustainable. We offer these employee assistance tools. What I think is so interesting is that on average, less than 10% of your employee population might even use this tool or even know it's available. I actually talked to someone the other day. I said, do you have an EAP tool? And they were like, what is that? And then they said, maybe, I don't know. We probably do. And so is there like education and awareness piece around it? There's new tools entering the market. I think of like Modern Health. I think of like Lyra Health, where they are these kind of new healthcare assistance programs or ancillary programs in addition to your major healthcare, where you can talk to a licensed therapist. And what are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on EAPs? Do they work? What do you do at Planoly? Do you have a certain EAP? I know at Cognite, we have something called Health Advocate, where you can log in and it's free and it's confidential and it's a wide variety of emotional and mental health resources. What are you doing at Planoly? And do you think it's working?
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of budding and developing in this arena, like in full transparency. We don't have like a formal like EAP with on-call virtual therapists and counselors and things like that. In thinking of, and I'm sure there's a lot of people here today in like kind of the startup mentality of like the scrappy employee assistance program. And it's just having someone on your team. If you're too small to have an HR leader, is it someone on your leadership team? Is it the founder that is available and is there to, not be the therapist, but to create that vulnerable and safe space to
Yeah.
field the challenge
Yeah.
and hear the person out, and then refer them out, to the best professional, that can help them, if it is kind of, investing into like a wellness app, like a Headspace or an Emilio or
Yeah.
Calm or something, or is it
Yeah.
a formal employee assistance program? But as we're kind of growing, to your point, there are times where there's not a lot of adoption with some of these tools, but I wonder, is it a matter of just knowing that they're out there, they're available? Is it,
Yeah.
is it relevant? And that's what we struggle with. And so we could invest, let's say, into one particular, tool. But again, since we all grieve differently and we all decompress and de-stress differently, I wonder, like, am I an HR leader being like, and my job is done, I have one tool out there? Or do I need to
Yeah.
think more comprehensively of like, okay, this yoga app may not work for you, or this like access to counseling may not be relevant to you. But what we need to do is have the safe space for the conversation, and we will do everything in our power to find you the tools and resources that you do need at your unique situation.
Yeah, I love that. I couldn't agree more with you. I think it's enabling our leaders, enabling our managers to feel equipped to have that conversation. So I love that. We're really focusing at Cognite around wellness this month in October, around health and wellness, mental health and wellness. It's a international kind of mental health day this month. And so we've just recently rolled out another tool, ClassPass. It's been around for ages, but they've actually expanded their product offering outside of just fitness into more wellness, meditation, all sorts of things. And so you're right. It is really hard as an HR leader to choose like what tools make the most sense for your group. But I know at Cognite, we're constantly evaluating, listening to our employees and being like, okay, we'll do our best to like try to put the programs in place that people want to use, because you're right. Utilization, why roll something out that's not going to work and nobody's going to use it, right?
Right.
So important. I know I think maybe have around 10 minutes left in our talk. I wanted to say the best for last, right? Let's talk about burnout. Let's talk about COVID-19. Let's talk about all of these life events. What's really interesting is that Gartner rolled out a new study around well-being benefits and responses to the pandemic and what companies are doing to decrease burnout. I mean, you and I know on the HR operator side that when people leave, it's incredibly painful and it's costly to our business, right? So we want to make sure people are happy, healthy, engaged. And they say with us, I in the report by Gartner, it said that half of companies that they polled rolled out some type of new process this year. If it was flexible work hours, if it was additional time for parents because their kids were home. There's so many different things that employers did. And what I also thought was interesting that in this time, that same survey said more than half of employees utilized those programs, right? So we saw new programs rolling out and we saw utilization increasing. What we did at Cognite, I have this incredible head of internal communications and culture. She created a Cog Flex policy, so Cognite flexible policy. What that enabled was a guideline. It wasn't a policy necessarily, but it was like guidelines to give people the safe space to be like, hey, this is when I need to work. This is how I can work. This is how kind of crisis management, emergency management. We offer flexible spending accounts for parents. There's a lot of things that we're doing. But similar to your point, it's people first, right? It's think about when that winter storm hit back in, was it February? And people were constantly messaging me. I had a new hire start and she was worried that like she couldn't do her job the first week. And I said, absolutely not. Like, are you okay? Are you healthy? Like, do you have what you need? And then we'll pivot into work. But I think it's natural for us to be like, how is work gonna perceive this? And so I want to ask you, like, what are you doing at Planoly to fight burnout, and what are some of the new programs or thoughts that you've had around this time in the pandemic, which is such a unique time for us?
Yeah, I remember having like extreme personal like stress around right when the shutdown happened, and my kids were, I sound like a terrible parent. I don't remember, 2 and 3, 2 and 4, whenever the pandemic first started a long time ago, and cannot be left unattended children. And so daycare was closed, and coming from prior work environments where working from home, you could not like have kids around. Like I worked at a company where they're like, if you're gonna stay home because your kids are home from daycare, you have to take a PTO day, because really, who can work with kids at home? And I guess that being in the back of my mind and having a little bit resentment towards that, old school thinking, I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And in talking to other colleagues, like I have a neighbor that in the neighborhood that she felt the pressure and actually quit her job because of her boss didn't want the kids in the Zoom meetings. But, I had a very open conversation, a vulnerable conversation of the founder of my company. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Like my husband and I both work, and I have kids that cannot be left unattended, and daycares are closed. And he made me feel very comfortable. His name's Andy. He made me feel very comfortable, like bring them to every meeting. And I never looked back. And we have a new CEO now, and we kind of, she knows that Stephen or Andrew will pop in and very much be part of the meeting. And it prevented the burnout, because I remember having the unnecessary stress of like, I cannot juggle it all, and like tears in between trying to like set up my son's virtual classes to this meeting on time. And and they both start at 11. And so what's first? Of course, my kids' class. And so when we talk about, arriving where you are and giving the flexibility of someone for parental leave and bereavement leave need weeks of a time. How I look at preventing burnout are the micro moments that a business can decide, are you going to pull this person out of the rough waters of Christina? If you're going to be 3 minutes late because you're going to go set up your son on their virtual schooling app, like we'll see you in 3 minutes. We'll see you in 4 minutes. And like, it would just reset me for the next like few weeks that like my company has me. Or you know what, I need to walk my dog because my dog has been growling at me because I've been in meetings all day. Like it's not that's what Slack is for. And like the emojis of like dog walking or baby sleeping or my brain is exploding, if we just say that, like, we know you're working, we know you're trying your best, we're all doing our best, and we're blending, unfortunately, work and life all at the same time. It's a weird time, but take care of you. If there's a laundry emoji, I would use that every 15 minutes of the day. But it's important that we know, y'all, we have lives outside of just work. And I think that's what helps with the burnout.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. You nailed it. And one of the things that I think you talked about was like transparent communication, right? So you have to have leaders that support that, but you also have to feel confident and comfortable to be like, hey, this is a priority for right now. I'm running 5 minutes late. And my partner, Luke, he and I talked about this the other day. He's like, I'm late for a meeting. Oh my God. He's like, just let them know you're going to be late. It's okay. Like life happens. And sometimes we miss meetings, or sometimes something runs over, or an unexpected dog, vomits on the floor, whatever it is. And you're just like, it's true. It's really hard. I think us as HR operators, us as, startup founders and leaders, we have to commit that we're going to help with everybody kind of cope with that. And we're going to be flexible and show grace and make that a part of our whole selves, right? We talked about this whole selves to work, and we've talked about making sure that that people feel supported in every kind of dimension.
I want to answer the question from the chat. There was a question saying, like, any advice on how to manage burnout cycle? And, for example, if you're busy for 3 weeks and then, there's, another, and then there's a burnout period. I am a very organized, process-oriented person. I'm in HR. I have to be, and my life goes on a cycle. All of ours does. And I just would almost in advance celebrate what the cycle is. Like, for example, we are in a very heavy recruiting season right now. And I just work so hard to like fill a role. As soon as that offer letter is signed for like per hire, I'm burnt out, but I intentionally celebrate, like, okay, Christina, take days, a couple days to decompress and reset. And I tell my manager, I tell everyone that needs to know, like, I'm in celebration mode. And if you don't want me to be burnt out, this is the grace that I need. And like, same thing with engineering sprints. Like, maybe there's that space after a really hard sprint. Don't jump into the next one 10 minutes later, like allow space for decompression.
And I would say another good point is self-care, right? And self-care can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but self-care for me is that I actually sometimes block my calendar around being like organized of self-care. Like I need to do yoga every other day from 5 to 6. It's in my calendar. You can see that actually. Anyone can see that on my calendar. Because I want them to know I'm prioritizing my self-care and my health and well-being so that I can be 110% at work. And I think to your point, if, transparent communication, staying organized, celebrating your wins, right? Of like when that cycle is over, all can be super helpful. For me, it's the calendar thing. I have to do certain things in my week to make me feel balanced. And I want people to know that. And I want them to feel like that's okay too.
Last thing I'll say, if my manager ever sees as the CEO, is because she'll laugh and she's very aware. When I know I'm about to be burnt out, I don't wait till it's sizzled. I'm just like, I'm having a really hard week and I'm really busy and it's coming. and then she can kind of proactively help reorganize things. And that's the team I try to lead to, is like, let me know before it goes off the cliff and we will get through it together.
Yeah. Totally agree. I think we have to wrap up now. This has been so amazing. Thank you for everyone who dialed into this. I think I'll close with that. I'm really excited about what mental health and the wellness market in the years to come is going to come on the B2C side, obviously as a consumer, but also on the B2B side. I think there's more benefits and more offerings that are you're starting to see pop up this year, more startups in the health and wellness tech space. I know in Austin, Eternova, which is an interesting kind of diamond space where you can turn ashes into diamond. There's a lot of cool innovation happening in this health and wellness bereavement leave space. I think, billions of dollars are getting investment money is getting put into it. So I'm kind of excited to see what's to come. I think we're on the right track for positive change in this area, in this space.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Kara and Christina, for joining us. I wanted to remind you guys that I'm going to be at Irene's today at 5 p.m. at 506 West Avenue in Austin, Texas. I hope I get to meet you guys in person. If not, no worries. I love how you guys are addressing burnout, self-care, but also transparent communication. I'm actually the road warrior for Sana. We're like 150 people right now. And I was traveling all over the country for 2 months. And yeah, I actually experienced burnout. So when you guys are talking, I actually experienced it firsthand. But thank you so much, Christina. Thank you so much, Kara. So that's it. I'm going to go ahead and wear my unicorn hat. And I wanted to share something with you guys. This weekend, I actually went to ACL for the first time in my life. I actually decided to do something that was very creative and very fun. And I actually saw Miley Cyrus. And one of her mantras that she shared with everyone in Austin was, let go. And that's something that I'm really ready to practice starting today. So remember, just let go. And this has been fun. I want to thank Austin Startup Week for giving me the opportunity to host second year in a row. Thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to Haley. Haley was our tech behind the scenes. She did an amazing job. And I wanted to close it by saying, please enjoy Austin Startup Week. And let's go ahead and do the best we can so we can all support each other and able to make not only a difference in Austin, in Texas, but all over the country and also in the world. So thank you so much, guys. Hopefully I'll see some of you today at 5 o'clock at Irene's. And that's it. That's a wrap. Adios.
everyone, and thank you for joining us at the virtual groundbreaking ceremony for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am beyond thrilled that we've reached this milestone and extremely proud to expand our footprint in the state capital.
For the past few years, I've had the privilege and honor of working alongside a remarkable and dedicated team of individuals who spent tireless days, month after month, ensuring that Texas Children's could seamlessly expand our care to Austin, Texas. In 2024, we will open our 365,000 square foot, 52-bed hospital campus in North Austin. The same high-quality inpatient and outpatient healthcare that we have provided to our patients since 1954 will now be a part of the Austin community.
We already have primary care, subspecialty care, and an urgent care center in place. And now we are bringing exemplary inpatient care, pediatrics, and OB-GYN to Austin and Central Texas.
Our promise from the very beginning of this journey into Austin has been to deliver the highest quality care closer to our patients through our multiple locations across the city so that children and women can access the right care in the right place at the right time.
There's going to be a seamless continuum of care throughout our facilities here at Texas Children's for primary care, outpatient specialty care, and for North Austin Hospital location as well.
With each new location, and now with the Texas Children's Hospital campus in Austin, we have the ability to expand to more and more women and children who need our world-class, one-of-a-kind care.
Hey, this is Tex, and he has hypoplastic left heart syndrome.
I'm Caitlin Rowley. I recently graduated from the University of Texas, and I am a Texas Children's patient.
When my twin boys got sick a few years ago, we had to search everywhere for a specialist that could figure out what was going on. Lucky for us, one of the best children's hospitals in the entire world was just a few hours down the road on 290.
When we got the diagnosis, we knew that as parents, the only thing that we could do to influence the outcome is pick the place that's the best. And that's why Texas Children's Hospital is Texas Children's Hospital.
Living with a severe chronic illness, I was at Texas Children's in Houston all of the time, and I received the very best care. So when I was asked to be a part of the Austin Family Advisory Committee, I was so excited that the Austin area would be getting a Texas Children's Hospital campus because I received the very best care there.
When I met the people at TCH and I saw the kind of care my boys were getting, I knew Texas Children's was something special. I realized pretty soon I was going to be making that drive a whole lot more, a few hours down 290, or sometimes I would do 71 to I-10 if I knew I wanted to stop at Buc-ee's. So as much as I'd like to pretend that it was some great selfless act for me to help TCH come to Austin, secretly I was just kind of hoping to not have to drive quite as much. But as I got to know more of the people at TCH, and as I got to know so many of the other families also here in Austin that make that exact same drive I do, I realized this was just a really good opportunity for our community.
For our little heart warrior, we only want the very best care, and Texas Children's is the best. We are so excited they are coming to Austin.
Yeah.
It is so evident that Texas Children's Hospital knows that quality is not just about surgical outcomes or readmission rates, but it's about the patient-centered care experience, and it's about making families whole again.
I've seen the care and effort that this team has already put into building a facility that's going to meet the needs of the people here in Austin, the parents and the children. And while we certainly don't need any more reasons for people to want to move to Austin, this is going to be a big win for our community and the surrounding Central Texas area.
The Austin community is growing so rapidly, and I am so excited that so many children and families will get to experience the incredible care that Texas Children's Hospital has to offer them.
I'm thrilled to be a part of this group of people. I'm excited to see this facility getting started. And I'm already concocting a plan to talk to a few of the doctors in Houston that are some of my favorites and see if they have any interest in moving out to the Austin area. You know, it is pretty nice out here.
We love Texas
Children's Hospital.
With Austin growing so rapidly, Texas Children's can provide a much needed choice and quality care to the area.
We all know that Austin is one of the fastest growing cities in the nation, and it has been an honor to figure out the best ways to provide the best care to this ever-growing population.
We're not only the largest children's hospital in the country, for the past 12 years we've actually been ranked as one of the best in the country.
Well, for me, I love living in the city of Austin, and I'm incredibly excited to be a part of an organization that's going to deliver access to some of the best pediatric health care in the world.
Number 4 overall, number 1 in cardiology and heart surgery, number 2 in neurosurgery and nephrology.
We have seen a preview of how our care exceeds the community's expectations from the patients and families who have walked through the doors of our Texas Children's Specialty Care of Austin.
When Texas Children's first announced that they were moving to Austin, I was thrilled. And I'm even more excited to be part of the project that is bringing Texas Children's care and culture to Central Texas, not only today, but for decades to come.
I truly believe that Texas Children's is the best, and I'm excited to see us continue our mission to create a healthier future for women and children of the Austin community.
So what a great experience to be part of an organization that's bringing only the best.
When Texas Children's opened its doors in 1954, our founders envisioned a hospital that would serve all children in our community and give them the hope of a healthy future. Today, we treat children from all over the country and, well, from all over the world. And we want the children and women and families of Austin and Central Texas to have access immediately to the best pediatric and OB-GYN care in the United States and in our great state. And that is exactly what we are bringing to Austin and to the families who need us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this celebration and virtual groundbreaking for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am joined today by Dr. Larry Ollier, Texas Children's Surgeon-in-Chief, Dr. Jim Versalovic, Texas Children's Pathologist-in-Chief and Interim Pediatrician-in-Chief, and Yvette Shaw, Senior Vice President here at Texas Children's Hospital, who is leading the Austin expansion. Dr. Ollier, Dr. Versalovic, and Yvette, thank you so much for being here today. It is so exciting to finally meet this milestone in Austin, Texas. We've been planning for this milestone in Austin for a very long time. We often get the question, why did Texas Children's decide it was time to expand in Austin? Dr. Ollier, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Sure, thanks, Michelle, and I appreciate being here. Well, why now? Well, I think it's no secret that Austin is one of the fastest growing cities in this country. And it's a relatively young population with many new parents. And to put it simply, Austin does not have the pediatric care that it needs today, and certainly not for what it's going to need in several years. And this is particularly true for the complex care, for the sickest children. For years now, so many of these families in Austin have actually driven to Houston for that care. We felt it was finally time to provide that care for them closer to home. And I think I can speak for everybody on this call. We are all very excited to finally be in our state's capital.
So, Michelle, why do you think that Texas Children's is the best place for families to receive their pediatric care?
Yvette, I think it's first and foremost the quality of our doctors and our surgeons that we will have at the hospital in Austin that sets Texas Children's apart from anyone else. We are the #1 children's hospital in Texas. We have some of the best and brightest clinicians in the world, and we provide quality care, high quality care to some of the most complex children and women. So I really think it's the fact that we're the best within our specific subspecialties. We have some of the best and brightest clinicians in their fields. We have innovators and pioneers. And we're so excited to bring this quality of care and the depth of the care that we're bringing to Austin to really add value to the care that already exists in Austin.
Yeah, I think I can just add to say that, as Michelle just stated, that we're bringing the very best in Texas to the heart of Texas in Austin. And the reality is that the state of
Hello, and welcome to the health track of Austin Startup Week. Coming on the heels of some really great tracks and some great conversations yesterday and today, particularly the mental health track and talking about all of the different challenges that we've been having. It is so good to keep those ideas flowing and share with you 3 super exciting sessions, as well as networking opportunities that are woven in so that you can meet lots and lots of the startup participants that are here as part of Austin Startup Week. I hopped into a few of those conversations yesterday, and I had some great conversations. I discovered some new leads, and I made some new friends that I cannot wait to meet in person. But before we get started, I should introduce myself as your health track lead and advisor, and why I am so eager for you to meet and learn from some truly remarkable guests today that are helping us to reshape healthcare. So I am Shauna Butler. I'm a nurse economist. I'm the managing director for the Exponential Medicine Conference, and I am the host of the See You Now podcast, which is focused on how nurses and health innovators are solving our most challenging healthcare problems. It's produced in partnership with Johnson & Johnson and the American Nurses Association, and it's a storytelling format where we take a look at it from the human-centered design approach, where we identify the problem, make friends with it just a little bit, but then what we focus on is figuring out how those solutions, remarkable solutions, how they're being designed and how they are solving these really wicked problems that we're seeing in healthcare. And in these roles, I get to have a front row seat to the science, to the practice, to the innovation and the technology that is fundamentally reshaping how we address our health and illness. And not only those technologies, but also these remarkable innovators who are, let's just say, seeing and wrestling with challenges that are almost unimaginable, but on a daily basis, the things that walk through their doors. And the solutions are remarkable, but not nearly as remarkable as these innovators. And their conviction, their imagination, their curiosity, their bias towards action and experimentation, and their sense of wondery and discovery, and I have to say, just a remarkable sense of humor. And also, before we get started on the track today, I want to send a huge shout out and thanks to our track sponsor. It's Texas Children's Hospital, and annually they see over 4 million kids. They have 36,000 admissions to their very large campus. They're one of the largest, most respected children's healthcare facilities across our country. They're made up of a team of over 15,000 nurses, physicians, staff members, and along with their executives and their community members, they're really continuing to invest every single day along with the community and focus on the mission of how do we have a healthier and happier future for children and families, and for the families who love and care for them. So before we get started, I want to ask our team if they will roll a quick video so we can get a better sense of Texas Children's.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the virtual groundbreaking ceremony for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am beyond thrilled that we've reached this milestone and extremely proud to expand our footprint in the state capital.
For the past few years, I've had the privilege and honor of working alongside a remarkable and dedicated team of individuals who spent tireless days, month after month, ensuring that Texas Children's could seamlessly expand our care to Austin, Texas. In 2024, we will open our 365,000 square foot, 52-bed hospital campus in North Austin. The same high-quality inpatient and outpatient health care that we have provided to our patients since 1954 will now be a part of the Austin community.
We already have primary care, subspecialty care, and an urgent care center in place. And now we are bringing exemplary inpatient care, pediatrics, and OB-GYN to Austin and Central Texas.
Our promise from the very beginning of this journey into Austin has been to deliver the highest quality care closer to our patients through our multiple locations across the city so that children and women can access the right care in the right place at the right time.
There's going to be a seamless continuum of care throughout our facilities here at Texas Children's for primary care, outpatient specialty care, and for North Austin Hospital location as well.
With each new location, and now with the Texas Children's Hospital campus in Austin, we have the ability to expand to more and more women and children who need our world-class, one-of-a-kind care.
When Texas Children's opened its doors in 1954, our founders envisioned a hospital that would serve all children in our community and give them the hope of a healthy future. Today, we treat children from all over the country and, well, from all over the world. And we want the children and women and families of Austin and Central Texas to have access immediately to the best pediatric and OB-GYN care in the United States and in our great state. And that is exactly what we are bringing to Austin and to the families who need us.
And every step we've taken to bring this care to Austin is helping us serve the state of Texas even more successfully and allowing us to truly be Texas Children's Hospital.
We're excited and honored to serve you and your family at our future hospital campus in North Austin, and we can't wait for 2024.
And we can't wait either. As somebody who's taken care of children and been in hospitals, what I love about how those pictures and those images, they capture, oftentimes we think of pediatric hospitals as being sad, places where you think, oh my gosh, that's really heavy. But when you're there, it is just such a lift. And the specialties that they bring, kids are not just small adults. They really have their own unique needs. And the care that is given to them, the professionals around it, they're just remarkable. So anyway, let's get on with this track and think about why are we here today? Why is this track so incredibly important? I think what's important to acknowledge is we're at a critical moment in healthcare, and particularly in digital technology, and how it's aimed at delivery, monitoring, discovery. And I'm so proud that Capital Factory is really determined and set themselves as the epicenter of health innovation and tech and biotech for the state of Texas. Capital Factory recognizes that health technology and policy are converging in game-changing ways. And with that expansion of health tech innovation, it requires a wide-ranging approach, and one that has intentional engagement across all of our sectors. It's going to include the biomedical folks who are serving in government, industry, education, research, public and population health, as well as personal health. So in this track, we're really upholding the Austin Startup Week's legendary approach to serendipitous networking to identify not only who's in your sector, but also how we move upstream so we can think about prevention, cross sector, so we can think about all the different ways that we need to address health and human services, and how we're going to find those solutions through conversations with nurses, physicians, school officials, insurance leaders, all manner of folks who are touching the lives and the health of our populations and our cities and our communities. And we're going to dive into three very wide-ranging perspectives that approach the existing, the new, and the future health technologies, and the various partnerships that are going to be necessary to advance progress and change at a system-wide level. So the upcoming sessions that we have for you today, the first, we're going to have a fireside. Well, we've got this little fireside thing going on. It's a beautiful day here in Austin, but we're going to have a fireside chat with Vonda Wright, Dr. Vonda Wright. She's an orthopedic surgeon and has been working with sports and esports and technology and research and women's health and so many different things that touch our lives and improve our health, and particularly how we think about a digital-first approach to care, what that looks like in the range of technology that's available to us to keep us moving and happy and healthy and safe for everybody, especially our kids and increasingly our healthcare teams. The second panel that we're going to have is focused on the future of femtech and discussing not only telehealth's role in improving women's health and their outcomes, but increasingly the allyship and the activism in a political and economic climate that has particularly and disproportionately been tough on women. And our last panel today is going to be focused on children, mental health for our pediatric patients, and the community interventions. It's a panel that includes school nurse, psychologist, physicians, and we're going to take a deep dive into how we absolutely must address adolescent mental health, the crisis that we're seeing right now that's expanded during this global pandemic. So we are really missing being able to have this event in person. But at the same time, we're really grateful for the technology that allows us to come together. So as part of Austin Startup Week, we're going to invite you to jump into a couple of networking opportunities. And the Hop On platform has made this super easy. So if you take a look on your screen, you should see a button. Oh, I have such a hard time with right and left. But anyway, it's on the side of your screen. If you'll click on that and go take a few minutes to jump into that networking session, and then join us in about 15 minutes where we start our conversation with Dr. Vonda Wright. And as you go into this networking session, I want you to be thinking of 2 questions to network with folks. And the first one is, what's your connection to health tech? And what are the problems that you're looking to address? All right, guys, see you in a few minutes. Thanks, and have a great time while you're networking. Hey friends, welcome back. I am so excited for this next conversation. We're going to hear from a surgeon who is absolutely on the move, perfectly suited for someone who's an orthopedic surgeon who really looks at her role as keeping us mobile, and that mobility is really the key to health. Vonda Wright has a distinguished background. Not only, what I think my favorite part about Vonda's background is that she started out as an oncology nurse, and as if that wasn't hard enough, she decided she needed to add several more skills in her toolkit. And so added that grueling approach, or the grueling training to become an orthopedic surgeon, and specifically focused on sports. And throughout that career, she has started headed up some remarkable sports medicine programs, been the lead physician for many professional sports, as well as dance and marathon, and not just for this country's athletes, but for some athletes around the world. And she's also been taking a really important look at the role that women have in the health of their families, their communities, and generations. So without, I'm not going to give too much more away. I want you to get to know Vonda Wright, Dr. Vonda Wright. So if I can get our tech team to bring her up, let's go ahead and get started. So Vonda, hey.
How are you?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I think the bigger question is, like I said, you are a surgeon on the move. Where are we finding you today? Because I know that you are literally getting ready to move on many fronts.
It's a little bit of an odd setup we have here today, but you know, you are so right. I'm totally on the move. Thankfully, like you, I've got this capacity to keep all these plates in the air. So I have just finished a big build in orthopedics in Atlanta, where a big hospital system decided to build their very first orthopedic surgery department and brought me from the University of Pittsburgh to do that. And then now I'm moving to Orlando in the amazing medical city called Lake Nona to do it again. We're building a Prividemic group, which will be on the hot edge of innovation. How could I be in an innovation city like Lake Nona and not be trying out everything that's new from the brilliant minds, some of whom, you know, I met for the first time via some of your projects.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's fun to see how these things are overlapping. And one of the things that I wanted you to address, we're really at a critical moment in healthcare. Our systems have been stressed to the breaking point, some of them. Yep. Some of them are about to break. And throughout the last 18 months, I think you and I have been early adopters of digital health, digital first, and thinking about all the different ways that we can identify an illness, we can intervene in an illness, we can treat, we can monitor all the surveillance. But during these last 18 months, while it was nice to think about it, and we were spending a lot of time encouraging administrations to adopt this, the pandemic forced us to go digital first. And I would love for you to share the situation that you experienced where we asked surgeons around the world actually to delay elective surgery and to be very mindful about which surgeries could be done. And this was at a moment in time, just, you know, I think so much has happened that sometimes we have to remind ourselves. It was a function of capacity, flattening the curve, and a shortage of PPE, personal protective equipment. So it's a crisis that forced us to do things that we would have never thought we were able to do or willing to do. So why don't you walk us through the experience that you had in taking a large health system into predominantly a digital first approach to orthopedic surgery?
Well, thank you so much. You know, it seems like so long ago, it really wasn't. And we've adapted so much, and so much of now literally was not then, in the ease that we're doing it now, like this kind of thing, right? We could all just barely Zoom or whatever before this all happened. And now every platform, including the ones we're using today, are second nature to us. So even what seems normal now was not normal then. So on March 13th, 2 years ago, I guess it will be, our hospital, for all the reasons that you have just cited, you know, the ICUs were filling up. I was in the hospital that day when our ICU went from normal to completely full of COVID people. And it was literally like that. Our ERs were full. thankfully my hospital was very careful not to go on bypass, but they were prudent in trying to figure out who must go to surgery now, or who is truly elective. And as an orthopedic surgeon, most of us are elective surgeons. Nothing, except for the trauma surgeons or the
Right.
hand surgeons, right? And so we had the hard decision of what is elective and what is not. We also had the hard decision of how do we actually continue to take care of the people who depend on us? Because one of the truths about most physicians and orthopedics in specific is that people come to us in the most vulnerable time, in pain. And so it's not an okay answer just to say, we don't know what COVID's going to do. See you in a couple years, right? So my group and the administrators that worked with us had been very painfully, arduously working at a pace that reflected that we were not sure that this was the way to deliver care on standing up telemedicine for orthopedics. At the time, there were not that many clinical applications for orthopedics because they're like, don't you have to lay hands on? Don't you? Now, PCPs had done it, but the surgeons had not. Well, March 13th, by 3 days later, we made the decision to pivot, literally to pivot from peacetime to wartime. And in war, we have some of the most amazing medical discoveries and progressions ever. It happened after the First World War, the Second World War, after this long war we just got over. And that's how we treated COVID. And in 3 days, we stood up 25 surgeons on telemedicine on a platform that we had slowly been working through, committee after committee. IT wasn't sure that it was the way. Listen, COVID hit. We couldn't see our patients, and we pivoted. And I've seen example after example of how things that were, a slow boil, suddenly it was time to deliver. And you know what? We continued to care for patients, and we discovered that even in something as hands-on in orthopedics, we could provide a lot of care remotely.
Yeah, I want you to say more about that, because I think as we think about any surgical specialty, we don't think about necessarily how is this going to be a digital approach. And while there are certain clearly parts of the surgery that are not being done digitally, there's so much in the care stream that actually can be done remotely, can be done digitally, can be done through remote monitoring. So so that people can kind of get that picture in their head, and they're thinking, okay, so yeah, I might be an orthopedic patient soon. How do I embrace this digital approach to getting my orthopedic surgical care?
Much of great doctoring, great doctor-patient relationship is simply communication. Now, I have to lay hands on people to examine their body parts, but that's not always something that I have to do to progress someone's care, right? So I can have digital first communications and decide that you need x-rays, or you can show me. I've had lots of conversations with people when they're laying in bed. I know people just choose to talk to the doctors on telehealth in bed or on their couches surrounded with their dogs, and at 9 o'clock at night. I mean, it gives access where access never was, right? So we can have preliminary conversations after which I can order x-rays, or I can say, you know what? It sounds like you need to be in here. I mean, even now, this is the things we do. There are points in time in the follow-up progression where it really is a conversation. It's not necessarily a ton of hand holding or hand laying on of hands. All those visits can be done remotely. In fact, we extended our care from simply telehealth visits to remote patient monitoring.
Yeah.
We enrolled people, and you wouldn't think, how could orthopedics do remote patient monitoring? Now, there are some sticky rules, and we did a pilot to try to figure out how to be compliant while providing remote patient monitoring.
And let's name, I'm going to say, for folks who are listening that are not really steeped into remote patient monitoring, we're talking about blood pressure. Yeah.
So you can do, medical doctors tend to do a lot of symptom checking, of vital taking. In orthopedics, I had a device, and I still use it. It's called Fusionetics, where we can look at your motion on an app on your own phone. We download it onto your phone. Your friend holds it up. It sees you. It sees how you're moving. And I like to onload people live, but I can then follow them multiple times because once you go on, you're giving me your data about how compliant you are, how much motion you had, and I can see that with or without you, right? So I have the ability to constantly monitor you in a way that before that, I would have to wait certain time periods. And
Right.
sometimes, if we wait 6 weeks to see you, I probably should have intervened in 3 weeks, right? So that's how we're now using technology of seeing cameras that are able to relay information besides simple blood pressure. Although, Shauna, you were involved in a project where there is a real there's an actual tricorder now. It just scans you, all that data comes in. Well,
It's very Star Trek. It totally is Star Trek. Yeah.
yeah, this is the orthopedic equivalent. And from that, in our pilot, we were able to monitor patients' compliance, call them once a week, offer tips, see, are you doing okay? Notice we haven't seen you in about 10 days. Don't forget you're important in this process, and that kind of coaching. So actually what it does is it increases the touch of care from a typical orthopedic experience. So we did telemedicine, we did remote patient monitoring, and one more thing we did, which we tend not to do in orthopedics, but during COVID, when people had to choose whether they came in or not, or how many we allowed in, I had some of my staff, we devoted a specific team, call each and every one of our patients in our database to say, how are you? Are you getting your follow-up? If you're having chest pain, you still go to the ER, because people thought they couldn't come.
Yes. I was gonna
Emergencies,
say,
right?
we did. We let people know, please
Yeah.
don't come, and that wasn't just ERs. That was our primary care providers. That was folks who were well child visits.
Yes.
And, actually, while you speak to that, I do want to ask you this question to see what your add to this is. So in different verticals in health, and I'll use the maternal child specifically. So delivering a baby during the pandemic, that got hit really hard. So how we had to reconfigure our neonatal intensive care units, our maternity care and delivery, dramatically changed, and particularly when it comes to support. And what many of the maternal child care providers have found is that by using telehealth, what we had is this sequence, a cadence of visits. And it was saying you needed to come in like once every month. And then as you got closer, once every week. What they found by doing the telehealth visits is that actually those were kind of arbitrary. I mean, they were good guesses, but yeah, exactly. So what they found is that it actually allowed them to personalize and to get more specific with the care. And it dramatically changed the sequence of all of that, but also it gave them an opportunity to address the mental health and wellness, and also the situations, because when we would have everybody come into the offices or to the practices, we weren't getting to see what people's lived experiences were. And there were just so many things that they picked up on to say, here's some things that I think can improve your care. So I'm curious, with your experience, what things did you guys learn doing this digital first approach, remote, virtual, that you probably would have never uncovered or unsurfaced if you just kept delivering care the way you had been?
I love that you cited the arbitrariness of follow-up care. Like, I don't know where it came from, but I do what my mentors did. And some of it is dependent on, for surgeons, the first 30 days after, or the first 3 months after a surgery actually are included in the surgical cost. And so some people make their decisions based on the economics, which may or may not be what your patient needs. But what I have found is that I did have a set schedule, but like I said to you, sometimes my patients needed to come in earlier. Now, it is my practice to be digitally connected to my patients at all times, and I want to talk to you about that a little bit.
Yeah.
But it is not all doctors. Some people have better boundaries than me. So I don't want someone swimming around in the community getting a stiff joint without me knowing it, right? So this digital connectivity where people don't feel like they're bothering the doctor when they can just report on their digitalness and we'll see it. So it enlightened our view of what our patients actually live through. Something else that happened during the last 2 years is there were a lot of companies dabbling in secure texting. And most of us didn't use it, frankly.
Mhm.
We just used regular texting, if anything, with our patients, right? Now, less than 2 years later, not only there are a lot of companies doing it, but it's the norm. Patients want, in fact, this new company I'm joining, that was one of the first thing I asked them, do you have a platform where when my patients leave my office, I can thank them for the visit? I can tell them what they need to follow up. When they're coming in, I can remind them, keep in touch with them. They can text me back and forth. It connects to my medical record. Thankfully, the answer was yes. But that kind of constant play back and forth that prevents complications, frankly,
Right.
and increases the sense that, oh my gosh, we're being taken care of, is really in the forefront because of what we experienced with COVID. It is
Yeah.
the norm now. It was the exception before. It was like, Shauna, at your conference at Exponential Medicine, it's like, oh my God, what a cool thing. You can talk to your patients all the time. Wow, they're innovative. Now, those companies have been pushed to the forefront, and we're wondering what's next. You know, like somebody's going to live in my house, or I'm in Lake County. The houses are smart here.
Yeah.
They know how I feel by the sound of my voice.
Yeah.
It's a little frightening, right?
Well, when you bring up, the smart and the staying in communication, what we're finding, so now we've gotten comfortable with having the text, which is live, dynamic, and what we're seeing, like across the federally qualified health centers, some of the things that they're doing. Okay, so you came in to see me for a respiratory issue. But when they start taking a look at all their prevention and upstream type of things, because I've established a trust relationship with you, I can mention, hey, we've got a really fabulous screening going on for the following types of cancers. And you know what? As a patient that you fall into these categories, here's something that I can recommend to you. Or as they start taking a look at community and population health, there's a new walking trail that just got opened up. So we're finding that the technology allows us to actually have a relationship around health, not just the illness and not just that intervention, but it is really interesting to see all of those different health campaigns. And when you've got somebody that falls into a specific demographic, and particularly those where they've been marginalized, it gives us a trust-based relationship to reach out to them. And this technology and our comfort with it and coming digital first, I think is really pushing that forward. I know we don't have a whole lot of time here. We could talk for forever, but there's something that I wanted you to share that you enlightened me to, that very first time I had ever heard of it. We've been talking a little bit about mental health and how in this moment, you've actually been able to check in with people. How are you today? Are people checking in with you? Oh, actually, before I forget, has these technologies helped you work better as a team? I want to make sure I ask you that one.
Well, it's helped us work better as a team in a compliant way.
Okay. If there's more to that, we'll get to it. But I didn't want to forget to ask you and be completely off on another tangent. Because I think we do need to find tools that help us work together collaboratively across disciplines, specialties, inpatient, outpatient, home, all of those other things. But anyway, on the social and emotional well-being of all of us, kids have been hit particularly hard. And your practice, you see a lot of kids. You were the very first person to identify to me that there is an epidemic of youth sports injuries that have a long-term lifetime impact. And so when you're thinking about, with kids having to do hybrid schools right now, being in quarantine, not getting into their sports, I think as a parent, as a nurse, I'm wondering, are they at greater risk because they're not as conditioned? What do we need to do to keep kids safe, active, connected, building healthy identities, healthy patterns, lifestyle patterns of being active, just moving around, whatever sport or discipline that they want to identify with?
Oh my gosh, you realize this is an entire
I know. It's a lot.
So let's set it up, right? On one hand, you've got kids in our country sitting on their rear ends, not getting out and moving around. We've got, I don't know what the statistic is, maybe 30% of our kids are classified as a BMI that's dangerous or obese. We've got 17% diabetes. So we've got a problem with sedentary people. We are designed to move. Our strongest muscles are below our belly button, right? So we are not designed to sit around. So we've got some kids that do that. On the other side, we've got kids really pushed by not only their initiative, I will accept that, but by the industry of youth sports, which is a financially driven industry because less than 2% of all children become pro athletes. So don't tell me that we're thinking about their futures, and driven by parents who want the best for their children, not only because they want the best for their children. And listen, I've been involved in the raising of 6 athletes through my marriage and through my own children. And so I'm speaking to you as a mother and a surgeon. I get it. We want our kids to have athletic success, but sometimes, let's be honest, we're living vicariously through the success of our children. So we've got the sedentary, we've got the kids pushed into sports, and these kids who are pushed into sports with early specialization, meaning choose your sport at age 7. You can only be a soccer player. You can only be a swimmer, right? The best athletes historically were always multiple sport athletes. We're just developing their athleticism, not their skills, right? So here,
or their position,
their position sense, right? So they're starting really young. They're specializing early. They're playing year round without rest periods. And what's happening to our children? Many of them quit organized sports by the age of 13 because they're burnt out and it's not fun anymore. So then all those are dumped into the sedentary pile, right? They're getting injuries that can be life-changing. People, you can change the shape of the bones by the pressure you put on your children's bones. You can damage growth plates. And you can lose cartilage that never grows back. So I want us to take a very steady and thoughtful approach to getting our kids more active, allowing them to learn the amazing things that they learn within group and competitive sports without skilling them to death, right? Using their skill to damage them. And I wish I had coined that word, but I didn't. Gary Gray did. He's a great therapist out of Michigan. But we're literally skilling our kids. And it becomes even more complicated, honestly, Shauna, now that we are going to pay college athletes for their life.
There's compensation for their use of their likeness. Yeah.
Now, I want people listening to me to understand where I'm coming from as a sports doctor. I love sports. It's my livelihood. I've been on a field since I was 18 taking care of people. And there's nothing like it to teach life skills. Great executives come from historic athletes, but we can do better, right?
And I want you to speak to that better because this year, Naomi Osaka, Simone Biles, it has been forefront. We just talked about the stress on the body, the physical part, but we've heard it from athletes like Michael Phelps. So many different athletes have shared the stress, the mental health issues. And so we want to keep their bodies safe, their physical body safe. The pressure, there's the mental safety. I mean, when I talk about keeping kids safe, there's many dimensions that we need to talk about. And, these are elite athletes. Again, the vast majority of children will never be in that. But that doesn't mean that they don't have the same issues and mental health stresses and safety issues. And, as an orthopedic surgeon, I think you are very well positioned to speak to what we need to do to keep kids safe on all dimensions.
Yeah, I want to talk about 2 specific things surrounding that idea. Number one, when I first started taking care of athletes, I was a athletic trainer in college, when I was 18, so it's almost, I don't want to tell you how old I am, but a lot of years.
Wise, you're ageless.
It was only physical. About 10 years ago, we started to see a change in our college locker rooms where we were having a lot more kids coming in with, maybe athletes have always had anxiety, depression, mental health needs, and we maybe ignored it. I mean, I'm willing to accept that maybe we didn't know enough, but about 10 years ago, we started implementing mental health programs, hiring social workers to be in our locker rooms because kids, even though high functioning on the field, had tons of anxiety. We would have kids cutting themselves, doing, trying to express their hurt in damaging ways. So the sports community is now doing research, is publishing on it, is recognizing that we have to take care of the whole person. But I want to also be the one that opens up a conversation about the role of physicians and parents and children educating kids on what it means to be safe in their environments. I have taught my children, my 14-year-old daughter, from the minute she was born, that it's her body and she decides how it's touched. She doesn't even let me slap her on the leg because she'll say, Mom, you said it was my body. And I said that was not okay. Kids don't know that when they're brought into a place where someone's an authority over you and they think it's okay that maybe they're being touched in an inappropriate way, or maybe they don't know whether it's appropriate or not, but they're like, well, I'm in this place that's supposed to be safe for me.
And all the adults around me
say, okay, well, somebody. So we've had multiple sports now where women in particular and some men have been in damaging situations. I mean, the gymnast just went before Congress, right? So I think as a community, the medicine doctors, the surgeons, the parents, the kids themselves need to understand that safety comes on all fronts, that it's your body. You get to decide how someone touches you. And if it seems weird to you, ask a question. And it may be just how I have to examine you. I'm a hip doctor. I got to put your leg in all kinds of weird positions, but I usually explain to you what I'm doing and why. And if somebody doesn't feel comfortable, I stop and I say, okay, well, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to get that piece of information. But I think giving people permission, young kids especially, to say, hey, what are you doing and why, will be the beginning to preventing the terrible badness that we've seen going on in sport.
And, I thank you for bringing that up, because keeping our kids safe on all dimensions is a collective responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel very committed as a healthcare professional we have a license to touch.
Yeah.
And with that license to touch comes a sacred responsibility to keep people safe. And they trust us. And we need to be the first ones to be their advocates and to keep them safe.
Yeah.
And when I think about all of the different things that we have ahead of us, I'm really grateful that there are courageous and bold leaders like you to help bring these topics to light, to give us solutions and approaches and point us to the research and the evidence, and to make sure that we are paying attention to this. And, yes, to the problems, to the challenges, kids are being sedentary, not having great, healthy weight, their BMI, higher rates of diabetes, there's so much going on there. But what I've always heard you say is, while you identify the problem, you are the first champion of all of the solutions that are out there. And I'm really excited that kids are coming back into community, that they are getting back with their teams and their sports, their dance troupes, their orchestras, their robotics teams. There's a lot of way to be moving. There's a lot of different way to bring sport into Latin, reading, things that we don't necessarily think of as sports and competition. So do you have any, I know that you need to run. Literally, you got to fly.
But I don't want to end on a negative note.
No.
I'm not speaking passionately, but here's what I want your audience to understand. There are ways that we have opportunities to do better for all populations, but sport, getting to be a sports doctor, it is a privilege, Shauna. I think I've always said this to you. What a privilege that the very first time somebody meets me in my office, or other physicians or other nurses, they decide to trust us. And with that profound privilege comes responsibility. And what we want to do is just make sure that we're delivering the best care all the time in the most technologically advanced way, because that's where we are now. And so, it's a true joy and bliss to be a surgeon. It is. And so, and to get the platform with you today. I'm very thankful. So thanks for inviting me.
And before you leave, where can people find you? You've got great content, books, audio.
So I'm all over social media at Dr. Vonda Wright, Dr. Vonda Wright. I have a website by the same name, and I have this fascinating, I think it's fascinating podcast, which you've been on, called Hot for Your Health, where we have a variety of great personalities and clinicians talking about what's hot for your health.
Yeah. So yes, I'm going to say you are available online, and I cannot encourage people enough to follow you. I love your Instagram stories. They're super fun. So, and thank you for bringing Ageless into being so that women have a really great place to go and be a community of female leaders. And with that, I think I'm going to let you go because I think you literally have a flight to catch.
Literally have a flight. Bye now.
And again,
everybody.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for our audience. I really have been appreciating all of the interactions that you guys have had. And I want you to take, some of the things that Vonda said, be thinking about them as we head into the networking session, and think about some of those ways that you're interacting with technology to get you moving. And so head on over to the networking session. And then when you come back, we have a fabulous, another conversation focused on the future of femtech and how it is that digital health and telehealth are really helping us to rethink how we can improve the care and the access for women. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
This has one elite top children's hospital recognized nationally.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the virtual groundbreaking ceremony for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am beyond thrilled that we've reached this milestone and extremely proud to expand our footprint in the state capital.
For the past few years, I've had the privilege and honor of working alongside a remarkable and dedicated team of individuals who spent tireless days, month after month, ensuring that Texas Children's could seamlessly expand our care to Austin, Texas. In 2024, we will open our 365,000 square foot, 52-bed hospital campus in North Austin. The same high-quality inpatient and outpatient healthcare that we have provided to our patients since 1954 will now be a part of the Austin community.
We already have primary care, subspecialty care, and an urgent care center in place. And now we are bringing exemplary inpatient care, pediatrics, and OB-GYN to Austin and Central Texas.
Our promise from the very beginning of this journey into Austin has been to deliver the highest quality care closer to our patients through our multiple locations across the city so that children and women can access the right care in the right place at the right time.
There's going to be a seamless continuum of care throughout our facilities here at Texas Children's for primary care, outpatient specialty care, and for North Austin Hospital location as well.
With each new location, and now with the Texas Children's Hospital campus in Austin, we have the ability to expand to more and more women and children who need our world-class, one-of-a-kind care.
Hey, this is Tex, and he has hypoplastic left heart syndrome.
I'm in Raleigh. I recently graduated from University of Texas, and I am a Texas Children's patient.
When my twin boys got sick a few years ago, we had to search everywhere for a specialist that could figure out what was going on. Lucky for us, one of the best children's hospitals in the entire world was just a few hours down the road on 290.
When we got the diagnosis, we knew that as parents, the only thing that we could do to influence the outcome is pick the place that's the best. And that's why Texas Children's Hospital is Texas Children's Hospital.
Living with a severe chronic illness, I was at Texas Children's in Houston all of the time, and I received the very best care. So when I was asked to be a part of the Austin Family Advisory Committee, I was so excited that the Austin area would be getting a Texas Children's Hospital campus because I received the very best care there.
When I met the people at TCH and I saw the kind of care my boys were getting, I knew Texas Children's was something special. I realized pretty soon I was gonna be making that drive a whole lot more, a few hours down 290, or sometimes I would do 71 to I-10 if I knew I wanted to stop at Buc-ee's. So as much as I'd like to pretend that it was some great selfless act for me to help TCH come to Austin, secretly I was just kind of hoping to not have to drive quite as much. But as I got to know more of the people at TCH, and as I got to know so many of the other families also here in Austin that make that exact same drive I do, I realized this was just a really good opportunity for our community.
For our little heart warrior, we only want the very best care, and Texas Children's is the best. We are so excited they are coming to Austin.
Yeah.
It is so evident that Texas Children's Hospital knows that quality is not just about surgical outcomes or readmission rates, but it's about the patient-centered care experience, and it's about making families whole again.
I've seen the care and effort that this team has already put into building a facility that's going to meet the needs of the people here in Austin, the parents and the children. And while we certainly don't need any more reasons for people to want to move to Austin, this is going to be a big win for our community and the surrounding Central Texas area.
The Austin community is growing so rapidly, and I am so excited that so many children and families will get to experience the incredible care that Texas Children's Hospital has to offer them.
I'm thrilled to be a part of this group of people. I'm excited to see this facility getting started. And I'm already concocting a plan to talk to a few of the doctors in Houston that are some of my favorites and see if they have any interest in moving out to the Austin area. You know, it is pretty nice out here.
We love Texas Children's
Hospital.
With Austin growing so rapidly, Texas Children's can provide a much needed choice and quality care to the area.
We all know that Austin is one of the fastest growing cities in the nation, and it has been an honor to figure out the best ways to provide the best care to this ever-growing population.
We're not only the largest children's hospital in the country, for the past 12 years we've actually been ranked as one of the best in the country.
Well, for me, I love living in the city of Austin, and I'm incredibly excited to be a part of an organization that's going to deliver access to some of the best pediatric health care in the world.
Number 4 overall, number 1 in cardiology and heart surgery, number 2 in neurosurgery and nephrology.
We have seen a preview of how our care exceeds the community's expectations from the patients and families who have walked through the doors of our Texas Children's Specialty Care of Austin.
When Texas Children's first announced that they were moving to Austin, I was thrilled. And I'm even more excited to be part of the project that is bringing Texas Children's care and culture to Central Texas, not only today, but for decades to come.
I truly believe that Texas Children's is the best, and I'm excited to see us continue our mission to create a healthier future for women and children of the Austin community.
So what a great experience to be part of an organization that's bringing only the best.
When Texas Children's opened its doors in 1954, our founders envisioned a hospital that would serve all children in our community and give them the hope of a healthy future. Today, we treat children from all over the country and, well, from all over the world. And we want the children and women and families of Austin and Central Texas to have access immediately to the best pediatric and OB-GYN care in the United States and in our great state. And that is exactly what we are bringing to Austin and to the families who need us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this celebration and virtual groundbreaking for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am joined today by Dr. Larry Ollier, Texas Children's Surgeon-in-Chief, Dr. Jim Versalovic, Texas Children's Pathologist-in-Chief and Interim Pediatrician-in-Chief, and Yvette Shaw, Senior Vice President here at Texas Children's Hospital, who is leading the Austin expansion. Dr. Ollier, Dr. Versalovic, and Yvette, thank you so much for being here today. It is so exciting to finally meet this milestone in Austin, Texas. We've been planning for this milestone in Austin for a very long time. We often get the question, why did Texas Children's decide it was time to expand in Austin? Dr. Ollier, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Sure, thanks, Michelle, and I appreciate being here. Well, why now? Well, I think it's no secret that Austin is one of the fastest growing cities in this country. And it's a relatively young population with many new parents. And to put it simply, Austin does not have the pediatric care that it needs today, and certainly not for what it's going to need in several years. And this is particularly true for the complex care, for the sickest children. For years now, so many of these families in Austin have actually driven to Houston for that care. We felt it was finally time to provide that care for them closer to home. And I think I can speak for everybody on this call. We are all very excited to finally be in our state's capital.
So, Michelle, why do you think that Texas Children's is the best place for families to receive their pediatric care? Yvette, I think it's first and foremost the quality of our doctors and our surgeons that we will have at the hospital in Austin that sets Texas Children's apart from anyone else. We are the #1 children's hospital in Texas. We have some of the best and brightest clinicians in the world, and we provide quality care, high quality care to some of the most complex children and women. So I really think it's the fact that we're the best within our specific subspecialties. We have some of the best and brightest clinicians in their fields. We have innovators and pioneers. And we're so excited to bring this quality of care and the depth of the care that we're bringing to Austin to really add value to the care that already exists in Austin.
Yeah, I'd just add to say that, as Michelle just did, that we're bringing the very best in Texas to the heart of Texas in Austin. And the reality is that the state of Texas has one elite top children's hospital recognized nationally.
We will be able to deliver the sickest of babies and be able to transfer them immediately into the pediatric NICU. So we're excited to be able to offer that where mom doesn't have to be transferred or baby doesn't have to be transferred away from mom right after birth.
We're well prepared to do that. We have the largest team of maternal fetal medicine specialists in the country in our facility already, not to mention the largest group of pediatricians in any children's hospital in the country and the largest group of pediatric surgeons in any children's hospital in the country. And we're bringing that experience and those numbers to Austin.
Texas Children's will be there ready to provide the very latest and best outpatient care as well as sophisticated inpatient care, including ICU care with the very best in critical care medicine ready to serve our families in Texas.
I think it's important to point out one special aspect of our care is just how collaborative it is. We have all of these experts, but they're not working in a silo. We all know that no one doctor or nurse can provide comprehensive care for a child. It takes a team to do that. And here at Texas Children's, we've assembled some of the most comprehensive teams that have ever been seen in the children's hospital. Not just doctors and nurses, but therapists and social workers, data analysts who actually help us track our outcomes to ensure that we're providing the best care that we can for these children, whether they're very sick or they simply need a well child check.
I think it's important also to mention the groundbreaking of our inpatient hospital is the next step for us. But we've been in Austin for the last 3 years and providing care to families across Texas. And we've really gotten such great feedback from our families of the access to care and being able to access the #1 heart center in the U.S.
Yvette, that's a great point. Another thing is that Texas Children's is committed to an incredible patient family experience. And Yvette, I know you've been integral in the planning of the Austin Hospital, and you're working with the teams to make sure that we deliver the best customer service possible, and that we do create an incredible patient family experience. Can you share a little bit about that process and what you envision in terms of the customer experience?
It's very focused on our family and really providing family-centered care. We know that time is precious and families need to be able to get back to their daily life. And so in the design of the facility, we really have tried to accommodate all of the needs in the inpatient, outpatient tower, as well as our retail core that families are able to access.
I can say without question that we deliver an unmatched experience based on years of building care centers close to home and backed by the knowledge that our providers have here. And I think we need to reinforce to people that we already have much of this in place in Austin with primary care pediatricians, urgent care, and specialty care centers. Our new hospital is going to allow us to provide emergency care as well as inpatient, acute, and intensive care, but we're getting there quickly.
It's such a key point, Larry. We're providing and we are certainly delivering an integrated healthcare delivery system to Austin. Something Austin and Central Texas, frankly, the Hill Country region has not seen before. Nothing like this.
I think what's really exciting is that whether it's the breadth and the depth of the services we're bringing to Austin or the quality of care that we will provide or the excellent patient experience, it's what families love about Texas Children's, and it's what the Austin community deserves.
We're very excited about what we will be offering as a healthcare system and as a hospital in Austin. Opening in 2024, we'll have facilities that are ready for telemedicine. And I think another key point is this facility will be pandemic ready. We've learned so much in the past year.
And Jim, you know, a city as technologically advanced and focused as Austin is deserves a brand new technologically advanced hospital. And that's what we're going to be bringing to that community.
There's something very special about building a facility knowing it will have such a positive impact on so many children of Central Texas.
It means that I'm able to be part of a talented and diverse team of healthcare professionals, designers, and consultants who are all committed to delivering an exceptional project to the North Austin community.
My partners here in Austin, we were ecstatic and very excited about even having this opportunity to be a part of this endeavor.
Speaking on behalf of Paige and all of our consultants, we have immense pride in being involved with this significant project and bringing world-class care to Austin.
The hospital started with a vision imagined many years ago by Texas Children's leadership, which is now becoming a reality through the meticulous effort of countless employees, physicians, designers, construction professionals, and others who have designed and planned every detail to bring this state-of-the-art facility to North Austin.
And people seeing the opportunity or having the opportunity to be a part of this project, they were very excited, and we had no problem bringing in very talented and hardworking people to the team.
And personally, it gives me additional motivation and commitment to delivering the project as fast as possible.
Paige has been working alongside Texas Children's in their move to Austin, first with the urgent care at West Chase, and now a full campus.
We all see that having such a prominent player in pediatric medicine to be a part of our community here in Central Texas was a major attribute and a positive thing for our community.
This project also benefits craft workers and small businesses through the job creation and training opportunities, ultimately leading to growing the talent and capacity of our small business partners.
Not only are we thrilled professionally, but we are so happy to bring the care that we are accustomed to here in Houston to our neighbors in Austin.
And every step we've taken to bring this care to Austin is helping us serve the state of Texas even more successfully and allowing us to truly be Texas Children's Hospital.
We're excited and honored to serve you and your family at our future hospital campus in North Austin, and we can't wait for 2024.
Hey, folks. Welcome back. I am so glad you're here. And thanks so much for spending some time in the networking session. I jumped into a few and had some great conversations as well. And I was able to actually go back and read some of your comments. And again, thank you so much for being a part of the experience. Your comments are incredibly important in helping us to understand what's on your mind, what problems you're seeing and solving. So let's get into this next conversation. Crunchbase and lots of other industry observers have been paying attention to the femtech space. And they report that the femtech industry is growing and it's an appealing market. A segment of this growing market actually is dominated by women's telehealth services. And these telehealth services are super important in bridging the gaps of access. We often talk about the last mile, and within the last mile, it's made up of a lot of different inches. And in figuring out how we take care of women and children and families, we need to really take a holistic approach within healthcare, one that recognizes the intersection of social circumstances and the health realities. There's a growing awareness of health disparities and health inequities across all our health indicators, but especially when we start taking a look at women's health and women's health care. This really requires a multifaceted approach that can potentially improve every aspect of a woman's health, particularly reproductive health, maternal and newborn care, and the outcomes, and the experience that not only as healthcare professionals we're delivering, but also as people, what is the care that they're receiving? What is that like? And also, we get to talk about closing the pleasure gap. So let's get this party started. And I'd like to invite our guests, Brittany Barreto, who will be moderating the session. Let's go ahead and bring them up on stage. Siggy Marmestein, Kiki Friedman, and Fahima Sasson. I probably just butchered that, but you guys get to introduce yourself. And I am so glad you're here. Brittany, go ahead, take it away. And I love the fact that you wore the power pink.
Oh, yeah.
I totally
Power
missed the
pink
vote
all
on that
over,
one.
all day.
Good on you.
Hair, blazer, all of it, you know how we do. So thanks, Shauna. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be leading this FemTech panel. So excited. I am Dr. Brittany Barreto. I am the host of the FemTech Focus podcast, the #1 FemTech podcast worldwide. We also are the leaders in market research, partnering with Pitchbook and Crunchbase on the FemTech industry. So I'm really excited to introduce you to 3 rock stars in the space. I always think people do themselves more justice than a host can, though. So I'm going to let them all introduce themselves, tell you about their company a little bit, and how far along in the process they are. Siggy, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Brittany. So awesome to be here. I'm so excited. Siggy Marmestein, the CEO and founder of Baby Life Advice. It is a company I founded in 2019 to support maternal and infant care from preconception to early childhood using telehealth. I'm also a nurse practitioner in my profession and a telehealth consultant. I have about 65 telehealth implementation under my belt, so this is just one of them. And I'm very excited to be here today. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Kiki.
Hey, everyone. I'm Kiki Friedman, CEO and one of the co-founders of Hey Jane. We're a digital clinic offering complete care for women and other people with uterus's most underserved health needs, starting with medication abortion care through telemedicine. We launched earlier this year. We're live in 3 states and have a growing team.
Very important. And which 3 states, if you don't mind just telling us real quick?
We are in New York, Washington State, and California.
Excellent. Awesome. Fahima.
Hi, I'm Dr. Fahima Sasson. I'm Kindbody's founding physician. I'm a board certified OBGYN and also our chief medical officer of obstetrics and gynecology. Kindbody, we actually have brick and mortar and virtual. So we are a national network of women's health and fertility practices with a true focus on reproductive health for all. So including a real huge emphasis on male fertility, female fertility, as well as the LGBTQ community. We have currently 12 locations across the country and about to open 12 more in 2022. We just did during COVID, which was a monumental feat, completed our Series C and raised $62 million, which is the most money raised by a fertility company in history. So that was something we're really proud of and very excited to be here with you guys today.
Excellent. I hope, listeners, that you can see that we have a really unique tangential telehealth group here, where we have, abortion care, fertility care, and maternal health and postpartum care. So it's really exciting. I do really quickly want to say that women are more than just wombs, and FemTech actually also includes things that solely, disproportionately, or differently affect women, such as heart health, brain health, bone health. If you want to learn more about that, again, check out FemTech Focus. But today, let's talk about how telehealth is integrated into maternal health and abortion and postpartum care. Let's start off with Dr. Fahima. Can you even do obstetrics and gynecology via telehealth? Because my experience has been my heels have to go in stirrups. So how does that work with telehealth?
Absolutely. That's a wonderful question. And absolutely, telehealth plays a huge role and needs to continue to play a huge role in the delivery of obstetrics and gynecologic care. And regardless of where you are, from menarche to menopause and beyond and everywhere in between. Hopefully, COVID is showing us that we can do so much more than we ever imagined through virtual spaces. And I think healthcare tends to be slow in the uptake of technology sometimes. So I'm happy to see that my colleagues here are huge proponents of using this platform. But absolutely it can be, because if you think about it, a great deal of gynecologic care and obstetrics care is consultation. And we all know you don't need to be sitting in the same room to counsel and to go over options and to review symptoms and medical history and all these, and actually even completely review with someone all of their treatment options and choices and management techniques that are available. And so what I think that becomes a really nice thing that we do at Kindbody is we really marry virtual and in-person treatments, so that there's a lot of aspects of a person's care, whether it's a follow-up visit or even that initial visit, that can occur virtually. And then when needed, and I stress when needed, we can do an in-person follow-up. So maybe a person does need an ultrasound, or they need blood work, or they do need an examination or a procedure based on the discretion of their provider, then that can be scheduled at a convenient manner. And that allows us to reach rural communities. It allows us to improve access, because listen, not everybody works or is available to go to a doctor's office 9 to 5, but also allows us to improve the provision of care we provide for men and women who maybe just don't have the ability to physically go to an office, either because of a child they're caring for or just access to transportation or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely. I just heard you say, like, over the last year and a half through the pandemic, we've realized, oops, you don't always have to come in. We can do it through telehealth. Well, Siggy, you have been an OG in the telehealth space for decades, well before the pandemic. You're like, yeah, about time, everybody. How have you seen telehealth specifically for women's health change from when you first started working in there to when now?
Well, definitely telehealth is where it's at right now, right? Telehealth, telemonitoring, capacity building, internet utilization, internet networks, right? Things that were not there in 2009. The cell phone, everybody has a cell phone. I mean, 87% of the world has cell phones at this point, not necessarily all smartphone, but definitely all cell phones. These are big development that we are seeing. The cost for data has gone down. In 2009, when we asked the patient to do a telehealth visit, it would have cost us and them about $15 to $16. Now it's more like in the cents. So this allows us to do more for less money, right? But in women's health, what I'm seeing is finally that catch up happening, that women are willing to finally utilize these modalities for the care, understanding how busy they are and how overwhelmed they are with life, especially in the last 2 years with having to have homeschooled kids and having to leave their jobs in order to just deal with the pandemic. Obviously, telehealth became very valuable to them, extremely forefront and center of their day-to-day interaction with their physicians, psychiatrists, psychologists, nutritionists, and other. In healthcare, in maternal specifically, I would say that in maternal care, we have seen a lot of physicians reducing the amount of appointments that they were available for those women, but you are still pregnant. Pregnancy doesn't go away just because your doctor's office is closed. You still are pregnant. You still need your care. So moving virtually into that care was something that almost had no other way of doing it. We did not want to expose moms to the COVID. We did not want to expose babies or new infant born to COVID. So the only way to have provided them with some care, not putting them in the stirrups or doing this ultrasound, was at least to do the virtual care. Baby Life Advice is actually an extension of the services of providers. What we are allowing providers to do is get a break of that life and not keep them on the hamster wheel. So they are not burning off and eventually leaving their practices, leaving right now 10 million women in maternity desert. So what we do we are physician extenders. We provide them the care that in between physician appointments, if you may. And we've seen that something that is very needed is, unfortunately, women right now are getting most of their information from Dr. Google, Facebook, Instagram, or the chat group of, other women who don't know anything like they do. So I see a lot of changes in telehealth, and I'm very excited about what's coming for telehealth. I do want one thing to say really quickly. Telehealth is not video conferencing. And a lot of people are talking about it. Well, we're doing a lot of video conferencing. We're doing telehealth. That is not what telehealth is. Interoperability, ability to bill for our services, the capacity to integrate different systems into a video conferencing. That is telehealth. We are not quite there yet.
Interesting. Oh, I love that little hey, by the way, yes. Kiki, was telehealth based abortion or access to, terminating a pregnancy even a thing that anyone thought of pre-pandemic, or is it like a pandemic derived idea?
Yeah, I would say certainly people were thinking about it before we started Hey Jane prior to the pandemic, but there were a few really critical changes that needed to make place for it to become a mainstream option. And just to give some context on the model for folks who may not be familiar, we provide access to the abortion pill. So 98% effective at ending unintended pregnancies up to 11 weeks, incredibly safe, lower adverse reaction rate than Tylenol, actually. But prior to the pandemic, there had been, sort of referencing some of the other panelists, a lot of unnecessary testing around the treatment, requiring in-person ultrasounds that were not really necessary or effective in achieving the goals that they were set out to do. And there had been guidance actually for years from some of the leading organizations to start ramping those down, but folks were slow to do so. So I think the pressure of the pandemic forced that forward, as well as unlocking a really critical opportunity to collect more data, driving the safety and effectiveness of this particular modality of treatment via telemedicine. So at the beginning of the pandemic, folks may have seen in the news, but many patients were traveling across state lines, hundreds of miles to reach an abortion clinic, and in doing so, exposing them significantly to pandemic risk. And so due to various court cases and other regulatory shifts, there was a window of opportunity to test this model. Many folks did so, and it did just add to this growing pile of evidence showing that telemedicine abortion is safe and effective. Unfortunately, that evidence has now been heard by regulators to drive forward some policy changes that we think will make telemedicine abortion here to stay. So,
and we will definitely talk about that, especially as we are in Startup Week in Austin, Texas. So we are definitely going to have a few questions about that for sure. Dr. Fahima, how has telehealth changed postpartum care, and why is that even important? I mean, I know everyone here knows postpartum care to be very important, but I think a lot of people focus on the pregnancy and then the baby happens and everyone's like, oh, she's on maternity leave, she's doing great. But actually she may not be. How is telehealth helping women postpartum?
Right. So one of the things that I'm really proud of for us at Kindbody is we really do provide the full continuum of care for women within our brick and mortar clinics. So we see patients as gynecologic preconception visits. We take care of their fertility issues. And then, and one of the biggest facets of some of our clinics is we also do the full suite of prenatal care and then the postpartum care. And anyone who has any familiarity with obstetrics, we call it the forgotten trimester, and that there's a lot of emphasis. I still think we can do better, but there's a lot of emphasis on a woman during her pregnancy. But once she delivers the baby, it transitions fully to pediatric care. And the standard in the United States is a woman who has a vaginal delivery has one postpartum visit. That happens at 6 weeks. And if you happen to have a C-section, you have 2 visits. And the one visit, I call it a mini visit because it's really meant to check your wound and time isn't spent on exploring all the other issues that you have. And so as a result, women experience really devastating crises, both emotionally and medically, during this 6-week period, because there's so many transitions occurring hormonally, emotionally, and physically. So this is a period that unfortunately is riddled with a great deal of hospital readmissions, risks of seizures, even maternal death. There's huge risks of postpartum hemorrhage, bleeding, and then of course postpartum depression and postpartum psychoses and psychological issues that can happen. And so virtual health and virtual visits and telehealth becomes this amazing opportunity for me as a physician to be at your home with you, not making you leave your house with a brand new baby, because we know both, from a convenience perspective, but also from a practical perspective is not wise. But I can empower you by giving you a blood pressure cuff that we give to all of our patients, which is easy. It's automated. You can utilize really nice surveys, postpartum depression screening tools, things like that. And then I can actually see you and speak to you. And that way I can see what you look like. Are you okay? Are you tearful? We can talk as long as we need to about issues that you may be having, down to lactation support or mental health, nutrition, watching your blood pressure. And then I can easily also connect you then to a nutritionist or a lactation consultant or a mental health therapist, also virtually, to really be this beautiful continuum. And so what we've done now is change that standard 1 or 2 visits to now a standard of 6 to 8 visits, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Just to let you know, you're having a little bit of internet issues. So as we do questions for the other 2 ladies, I don't know if there's another Wi-Fi access point for you. Siggy, as she was talking about for mental wellness and the burden of, the postpartum depression and the hormones, is telehealth able to address mental health issues for women better?
Oh yeah, much better. Of course. I mean, so if you think about telehealth, and you were saying, that I've been doing this for so many years. In 2009 to 2013, most of telehealth was done in mental health. So mental health is probably the oldest of the telehealth modalities that we have been using in the United States, and not just in the United States and around the world, because truly it's much easier almost as we are conversating, right? You don't have to be laying on my couch. You can talk to me and we can talk on the phone, or we can have a chat. And we can also do a lot of work as we do in here right now. So mental health in telehealth has been actually the oldest modality, also have the most reimbursement, allowed to be around state lines. There's a lot of wonderful capacities in mental health. So postpartum depression is actually, and should be probably, handled mostly in a telehealth modalities and group setting. I have to always bring up PSI, which is the postpartum consortium, depression consortium, Moms 2020, who have done incredible work in training people to be support group leaders for moms in postpartum depression support groups. Those are just growing, unfortunately, by the pounds. We started off with about 40 of those, and are up to about 300 of those a month, and they're all full. The postpartum depression, by the way, is not just a women issue. I want to mention that is a partner issue, and can be a male issue as well. And we've seen a lot of fathers with postpartum depression, especially and unfortunately if the wife have had a terrible outcomes or got really hurt in pregnancy. Those guys take it really hard. The partners take it very hard and made themselves, go into depression.
Yeah. And we are definitely pro men in femtech. Women don't just birth other women. We don't just interact with other women. Women's health is everyone's health. Absolutely. Kiki, let's jump into some disparities in healthcare. I know that's a big thing right now. The pandemic has finally opened a lot of people's eyes to what some of us already knew, which is that not everyone gets the same healthcare based on your zip code, based on your gender, based on your race. And so can you actually tell us a little bit more about how telehealth helps even the playing field for women to get access to healthcare? Can you give us some examples of this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are, of course, some of the more obvious ones that are more commonly discussed, things like geographic access. I recently heard telemedicine abortion being described as geographic arbitrage because no longer are people needing to drive hundreds of miles to get to a clinic. Of course, because of the efficiencies that tech is able to drive in this model, we are able to offer care at much lower cost and just generally much more convenient. That said, in doing this work, we've seen some other potentially more unexpected ways that telehealth can increase access. We've seen, for example, we offer, what's called an asynchronous model for consults, where folks can just chat with us rather than have a live conversation. We've seen that be really useful to people who may be in dangerous home situations, suffering from intimate partner violence, who cannot be overheard by other people within their household. Because of the technological component as well, we're able to offer full 24/7 support, which I think is very unique relative to an in-clinic model, where people who may be having difficulty either physically or emotionally with their treatment can reach out at any point for further contact. There was some interesting research published recently about how medication abortion drives less dysphoria among trans folks and other members of the TGE community. And I think being able to facilitate that through this really supportive at-home environment with telemedicine is really huge as well.
Yeah, based on the gender you're presenting, it may not feel comfortable to go into specific offices, right? And so telehealth would be able to facilitate that. Siggy, you were telling us about this thing called a maternity deserts. What's a maternity desert?
A maternity desert is actually a concept that was brought up by the March of Dimes when they were looking to see where our OB/GYNs are available in the country, and then also maternity ward. And they were able over the years to map out what does that look like. And if you look at the map, we have full-blown states with maybe one maternity ward, maybe 2 or 3 OBs, and that's about it. So serving millions of moms in an area where there is no access. So this is an access to care issue, health equity issue as well. By the way, it doesn't mean that in those states that the people who do serve those moms look like them or are like them, or that are even from the same, cultural or linguistic background as them. So that increases the maternity desert in respect of who is providing the care in those states and what are they predisposed to care for the mom like. Unfortunately, right now, and as of COVID, we have just lost another 43,000 OB/GYNs. So we are now at close to a total, by 2025, we'll have 96,000 less OB/GYNs than we need in this country to serve the amount of moms that are coming into age or the childbearing age.
Siggy, where did they go?
Well, so 2 things are happening which are really interesting. Who is taking residency spot in GYN in the medical schools are actually women. More women are going into the GYN business, if you may, but they are not full-time employees. Many of them are actually will go in and work in part-time, reducing the amount of actual appointments that are available, if you may, for those mothers. The others we have a huge retirement and, from the profession. And with the payment models, the risk models that are in this profession, less and less people are likely to walk into that. People don't notice, but the OB/GYN will pay more malpractice insurance than a brain surgeon. So obviously, with that kind of a risk, maybe not as appealing for people to go into the profession or stay in it.
Yeah. Well, this is actually quite serendipitous. My next question is about infrastructure for internet and access to broadband. So I think this is it's the universe just helping us out here on a great.
There you go.
Dr. Fahima, how are we able to reach women that don't have great access to internet?
Yeah, no, I think one of the big things that Siggy mentioned was that everybody has a cell phone nowadays, and truly, and the majority of places where to understand that you really truly only need a cell phone in order to be able to do a lot of these visits with the appropriate. And I do want to highlight that Siggy mentioned the importance of having the proper infrastructure in place, obviously, as we do here at Kindbody for billing and coding and making sure state regulations are in place. It's not just a Zoom visit. But with that said, I think just the access that that the general population has to cell phones really makes this impeccably easier. And also then recognizing that there are opportunities where we as femtech leaders can help people who, even maybe there are people out there who have really poor access, and where the biggest disparities exist, where maybe even cell phone or Wi-Fi access is limited. And I think these are opportunities where we as women can help other women. But for the most part, you know, I think just looking at even like Facebook yesterday that went down for a few hours and the whole world was in a frenzy, I think is a testament to the fact that Wi-Fi exists, access to Wi-Fi and computer access, whether it's your own private or you're using it through public outlets that allow people to use it. I think it's becoming less and less of a problem. Certainly it's an opportunity for us as people in technology to continue to help those areas. But for the most part, I really think that it's now a very small issue.
Can I say something to that, actually, just to let you know? I myself drove the other day, took a road trip, if you may, and went around from here to Oregon. And I had a good maybe 22 hours with no cell phone reception at all. Just to give you an example of when there is a reception, I went to Africa. I went to Chagoria, which is up in the mountains of Mount Kenya. And we had better reception there than we had here in Oregon.
Right.
So there are still huge issues of reception and internet in rural communities. South Dakota is the center of the United States. In fact, there are many, many places that you're not. We still do phone visits, you guys. The phone is still working every single time. Another thing that we use in a lot is what we call hubs. So local churches, local community places, the local markets. Walmart Health is something that, we have used to have people come to the store and take, a kiosk. So many other opportunities. We always have to think outside of the box. But, unfortunately, even with the cell phone, yes, people have the cell phone. Wi-Fi, not necessarily always there, but we still have to lay down those network and continue working really hard on that.
Absolutely. Wi-Fi is no longer a luxury. It's a requirement. Dr. Faima, I know you have to leave at the top of the hour, so I want to throw one more question your way. You've been so great to move rooms for us. There is an issue with racial discrimination in the healthcare system. Black women die 3 times more than white women from, childbirth. So do you think that telehealth could support decreasing these microaggressions or these larger discrimination issues for Black and brown women?
Absolutely. Well, I think first and foremost, this is an area that we at Kindbody feel really strongly about wanting to improve. We recognize, especially in the fertility space, that there's so many huge disparities when it comes to women of color and African-American women and their access to care. And so certainly telehealth can help improve that access by the virtue of companies like ours that go out and say, hey, every woman, every man, we're here to help you, that we're taking away some of the natural barriers of you must go see a doctor who must refer you to another doctor, and just being able to direct to consumer reach patients and people, I think allows us to take away some of those barriers. But also a huge part of these barriers is cost. And a lot of times these telehealth platforms and companies like ours can help substantially reduce the cost, which can bridge that gap.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you have to run. And I also see questions coming in. Please keep them coming. We will address them, definitely. My last question here is for Kiki. Elephant in the room, the Texas abortion ban, and you're doing telehealth abortion. I recently saw a quote that said, the Institute for Women's Policy says that the economic losses in Texas that will result from the abortion ban are at $14.5 billion per year, just based on the impact it'll have on the labor force and earnings of women. Can you provide us some more information about, is telehealth going to help Texas? Is it like, what do we need to do? What's going on?
Well, I hope so. As brief history there, even prior to SB 8, telemedicine abortion was not permitted in Texas. So there does need to be some substantial regulatory change to make it viable in sort of a mainstream sense. But I would add 2 ways we're thinking about telemedicine addressing the problem now. One is through facilitating easier cross-state care. In Texas, I think that that's become an urgent issue now. And as we look towards the unfortunate but real possibility of a post-Roe world, that may become a very critical component of access. And so telemedicine, by allowing people to get care at like the closest border point to their natural travel route, and being able to allow them to get access to treatment much more quickly than a clinic typically would, where you have about an 8-day wait on average. We do think that will be an additional supplement to ongoing in-person care to provide a further road towards access. The other is that we no longer are in the world where we need to go towards the, stereotypical back alley approach. There are great resources out there like Aid Access, like Plan C, that are providing ongoing care through telemedicine abortion in a somewhat extra legal sense, but one that it is still safe. There's been great research to show that the pills that they are sending are the same as the FDA-approved medications dispensed in the US. There are downsides to that approach, and it shouldn't be the case that folks are forced to go through an extra legal route, but it is an optimistic outcome that at least the extra legal routes are much safer than they were in the past because of telemedicine.
Yeah, I noticed that, and this is a question that I'd like to actually post to the group, but Kiki, maybe you can go first. This is a question from the audience. How do we get big companies to pay attention to women's health and their experience? The first version of the Apple Health app didn't include tracking your cycle. And it was like, well, there wasn't a lady on that team, there's still no pregnancy settings, right? So all of a sudden women are pregnant and the apps are saying, why are you so fat and lazy? You're eating too much and too sedentary. And it's like, I'm pregnant. And then also with this economic loss, right? How are the people like Tesla going to Austin going to be able to recruit the best women around the country who are going to want the right to do this, whether or not they personally will, right? Kiki, how are we going to get big companies to pay attention?
Yeah, I personally very much believe in market-driven solutions there. Compete, right? Create a better product that performs better than the ones that they're able to do and these features that they've completely neglected, and make them pay attention. I think for folks operating outside of the femtech space, the Teslas, for example, just being vocal that this matters to consumers. And I think there is so much evidence that Gen Z and millennial buyers really care about how companies are value aligned with their own principles. And so continuing to be vocal around that. And of course, just like participating in political conversations, writing to your senators, doing all the things you always hear about to make sure that the infrastructure is in place for these innovations to occur.
Yeah. I would say data. People just know data. That's the world we are living in. Show them the money. Show them where it's at. You just gave a really good data. You're going to do something like this. You're going to lose $14 billion. That is expensive. That somebody should care about that. So if we are, bringing data in front of the decision makers, the likelihood that we can get changes done are going to be more likely with good data. By the way, reliable data that is interfaces in respect of not just financial costs of the problem, but also what does it cost to lose a mom? One of the things that I tell employers all the time, when you lose one mom because she went out on a pregnancy leave, but does not feel that she wants to come back because she's not supported in your place, she's going to go on a long-term leave that you're going to be paying for a very long time, and you cannot replace her. That it can be in a lifetime of an employer up to $100,000 a year of loss. So does it worth spending $60, $80 a month on this mama? So to avoid that $100,000 at the end of the day, that is a decision that people have to make. These are their ROIs and data that people have to see. And as we develop in more and more femtech technologies, the big guys will come in. They will have to decide, okay, if I want to partake, I have to look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another question that came in about pelvic floor physical therapy. So Siggy, I don't know if you know the history of postpartum care and why to date we still only have women that had a vaginal birth only see the doctor one time after 6 weeks. She has stitches in her vagina. I'm not afraid to say the V word, y'all. Okay, that's what it's called. And she gets one appointment 6 weeks after. So pelvic floor physical therapy, there's a lot of muscles down there. They get stretched, they get torn, all of this stuff. Why is that not a part of the standard postpartum care? And is there a future that is going to be part of it?
Well, we're definitely pushing on that and bringing in, different experts for this, teaching moms pretermly to before she has her baby, what is she going to be doing after? So a lot of this conversation has to happen while you are pregnant. You should be already, putting in some, stretching mechanism in place, right? Using the oils, using the exercises, doing some work to prevent that from happening later. So if we get to educate mom and empower them in their pregnancy to know what to do postpartumly, that 6-week visit is less of an issue and more of, I can care for myself. I know what to do. Unfortunately, by the way, as you've seen, saying 6 weeks and a quick meeting, in the United States, the current data is showing that a mom, listen to this, from pregnancy, getting pregnant, all the way till 18 months of age, a mom will be in front of a medical provider, her and her baby, for an average of 15 hours. That's it. That's in 28 months, 24 months. So that is, that's all we get. So we have to do a lot for ourselves, and a lot of it have to do with education and empowerment. So we talk to moms about it all the time. You are pregnant now. Do things now that later on, once you have push this baby out of your vagina, it's not going to be all torn and distorted, and we can rebuild those muscles. And we do that right in pregnancy already.
We obviously have a healthcare issue, because when you said 15 hours, I was like, that's amazing. But it's because I'm a millennial woman who's grown up on like 10-minute consultations, if that. So you're right. They deserve so much more than that. I want to talk about fundraising. So we have a lot of founders in the audience, a lot of investors, accelerator, directors here. Kiki, how are you able to fundraise on this? This may even go into the vice clause potentially, right? So how is fundraising going for you?
Fundraising has been an interesting journey. I would say that overall, even in the short time since we've started Hey Jane, there has been a lot more interest and attention given to femtech. I think a lot of these rallying calls are finally being heard, which is wonderful. That said, I think, a lot of these really common issues are still considered controversial. So 1 in 4 women will get an abortion in their lives. Doesn't really get much more common than that. And yet it is considered extreme. It does trigger certain vice clauses among a lot of institutional investors. And so it has not been easy from that front. That said, I have been very struck by the level of interest, by the level of empathy and understanding of the issue from investors that may not directly relate to it. And so hopefully there's a path forward. A few, not so long ago, investing in birth control was considered controversial, and now that's become very mainstream, and we're just on a slow path forward there.
Well, I so appreciate you leading the charge there and paving the path for future innovation. We did the Femtech landscape at Femtech Focus. I hope that's been dropped in the chat for y'all. It's a PDF document showing what are people working on in Femtech. And I think we only have 5 companies that we know of worldwide innovating in the abortion space, yet 1 in 4 women in the world will have an abortion in their life. So it's just a real juxtaposition there.
And more than once, right?
And more than once.
More than once, probably, too.
Yep.
So that's not just 1 in 4. I want to talk a little bit about fundraising and female tech in general. We are an older company in the way that we started off as a pilot in 2014, and we started raising in 2019, and actually decided that wasn't the wrong time to actually fundraise. Nobody wanted to talk about femtech then, early 2019. So we just decided, okay, we're just going to go a different way. We're going to go through grants and pilots and other ways, and stopped raising altogether. Started raising again in just now in April of 2021, just because we are in massive demand and really needed the money. Had an immediate, a very different reaction. It was almost like 2 years have passed by, but the reaction was just completely different. So I do want to say that this has definitely changed. We got a lead investors within 2 months, and we are really halfway through our seed run. By the way, we're trying to close the seed if you guys are interested, please let us know. But we definitely are closer to closing the seed round in a very different way than we were in 2019. So sometimes I think it's just a matter of timing.
Yeah.
And I agree, Kiki, there is much more interest now than there was 2 years ago. And I believe that next year is going to be even more likely.
Oh, yeah.
We will going to see that explosion into that space and into the funding.
That's right. And look at Capital Factory being so on top of it, having femtech panels before the big boom happens. Go Capital Factory. Kiki, there's been a question for you about your plans to expand into other states and what has been your biggest challenges so far to do that?
Yeah. So on the challenges side, telemedicine law is varied on a state-by-state level. And so for any, the simplest telemedicine model, it can be slow because of the state-by-state variation. Layer abortion regulations on top of that, and you can imagine that there's quite a bit of complexity. That said, we are now geared up to expand quite quickly into additional states. We have reprioritized some of the Texas border states towards the top of the list to really push forward there, given the sensitivity, the Colorados and New Mexicos of the world, and looking at other large states so that we can reach the most patients as possible with every launch that we do push out.
Amazing. We have one last question here I'd like to pose to you two, and then I'd like to end with an ask, because female founders don't ask enough, and I believe in asking. So get ready for your ask. But before we do that, there is a difference between gender and sex. And, I cannot tell you, I actually want to start like an Instagram that's just screenshots of how often I'm asked what's my gender, and then it says male and female, or what's my sex, and then it says man or woman. And I'm like, that's not what the words mean. Like we've been talking about this, and these are major companies like airlines and, major companies asking me the wrong definition. So we did have a question from the audience, which I totally appreciate, which is, what do you think about the evolution away from the word woman to terms like people with vaginas or menstruators or chest feeders and things like that for trans inclusivity?
Well, we're talking about birthing people. We don't anymore saying that's our term. It's birthing people. And we have 3 men in our group right now who are pregnant. Yes, they have a beard and they look like a man, but they do have a bellies. So we are very open to that change in the word. But birthing people is a better terminology these days to, at least on the birthing community. And then let Kiki answer the rest.
Sure. Yeah, we have made efforts across our site and all of our communications to convey that we do believe, abortion is a right for all people with uteruses, regardless of gender identity. We stray away from using the term women wherever possible. That said, I will say, I do hope that there's an evolution in language, and so that we get slightly cleaner and less reductive terms for some of these things. I don't like referring to our patients as people with uteruses. I think we are much more than that. And so we want to, I think there's a shortage of language right now that I hope is addressed soon.
I could not agree more. I get some heat sometimes for the word femtech, and I'm like, listen, y'all, this is just a white label term for us to get some funding from Silicon Valley, okay? What it should be is just health tech, but yet health tech left out women for so long that we needed to come up with a word. And I am so excited for femtech to even maybe phase out and it just be medicine. Be medicine.
Exactly.
Right? Well, in our last 2 minutes here, I would love for y'all to give your ask to the audience. You never know who's listening. You never know who's going to watch this. So, Siggy, what's your ask?
We are closing our first seed round equity. So we are halfway there. If you want to invest in something that is good and meaningful and has massive amount of data behind it, let me know. We also looking for partners, hospitals, healthcare providers, FQHCs, and other who need our support. We are here to support you. Please reach out, siggy@babyloveadvice.com. I would love to take this conversation. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Kiki.
Yes. So we just closed our seed. We now have some funding to really fuel growth of the team. We are hiring for product, ops, marketing, lots of things. So please check us out. And if you think it might be a good fit, drop us a line. I think they'll post our job board in the chat.
Are they allowed to be remote?
we are fully remote team. So anywhere in the US is perfect.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much for being rockstar panelists. I was so excited for this topic, but you know what? I just love to talk about femtech all day. It's really not a surprise. So thank you so much for your thought leadership and all your contributions to advancing women, female, and girls' health and wellness.
Thank you.
Okay, Brittany. I have been taking copious notes in the background, nodding my head wildly, wanting to throw in a bunch of comments. First of all, thank you. What a brilliant way to conduct that conversation, to bring so much pieces of data and really good questions to it. And I don't know about you, but again, I am blown away by the talent, the insight, the commitment of our female founders, and very focused and know this space and this topic and this set of healthcare needs. It's hard to find people that are really this on top of it. I mean, your impressions.
The femtech industry is filled with amazing men as well. And what I find is that I've worked in several industries. I've been in the dating industry, oil and gas, and all these different. The femtech industry is the most collaborative I have ever found. Our Northern Star is women are dying because we have not updated the speculum since the 1800s. Women are dying because nobody made a diagnostic, because there's no endometriosis is still a billing code called hysteria. Like there are just these things that we're outraged about, and we're coming together, innovators, founders, investors, mentors, doctors, government, policymakers coming together and saying, hey, this is unacceptable. And I have never seen so many partnerships and collaborations ever in any other industry. And it just makes me feel so good.
Yeah. And what I was taking away in listening to each one of them is, when we don't have women in rooms of decision-making and at policy-making, if there were more people who had periods, menstruate, pregnant, uteruses, all of those, we would not have nearly these number of issues. So you spend way more time on this than I do. Confirm that. So anybody who's thinking about moving into any type of a policy role, leadership, and you have that lived experience, we need you there.
Yeah. And it's a matter of, you don't know what you don't know, because society says that women's bodies are taboo. And so women aren't even allowed to talk about their postpartum issues, or their mental health issues, or their menopause symptoms, or whatever. And so it's not even the men's fault that they don't know what's happening, because society doesn't even talk about it. So that's why we should be included in the room.
And I wanted to pick up on a couple of things that I heard that I just wanted to reinforce again, which was, number one, men have postpartum depression. I think, it's like, okay, reminder, of course, that makes perfect sense. We need to be paying attention to that. Secondly, how maternity care deserts, how many obstetric care providers we're losing, why we're losing them. And I did want to raise the topic because I didn't hear it come up. And for those folks who are listening, we're not using nurse midwives in this country. We're the only country who doesn't have that as your first go-to line of care for healthy pregnancies. And so when you were talking about, the model that why is it one visit postpartum, that is the medical model. That's not the midwifery model. So I think that that's something that we need to think about, not only the technology, but the different models of care, the different teams that we work with, the different providers. And to your point, there is another, when you were talking about this particular problem, I wanted to have a huge shout out to a midwife innovator. Her name is Jenny Kruger, and she has been focused on pelvic floor health, doing it at a global level, because many women, when they have poor global health, they endure stigmatization. They are shunned in their communities. So you raise a really important topic that we didn't spend any time on, but I didn't feel like we could not have this conversation without including it. So
if you don't know what a doula is or a midwife,
absolutely,
check out the Femtech Focus podcast. We have plenty of episodes that kind of define it and talk about it. I didn't know what it was either until I got into Femtech. So there is no shame. I openly learn on the podcast while interviewing people. And, I think sometimes, to just wrap it up, like sometimes to innovate for the future, we have to look to the past, and women never birthed and grew children by themselves. And
Yeah.
today we're living in a world where women are taking on that full burden, full time, by themselves. We're spread out. We're not living next door to our families anymore. You know, partners are leaving. We're very different society, and the pressure is on the women to hold all the plates up in the air. And so if we look back at this neighborhood approach, this community approach of supporting women, I think that's actually where innovation is headed.
And I do want to have one other question for you, because I want you to call this out. Venture capital. We need to be you make the case. I want you to make the case. Why is it a good business decision to get involved in the space of making sure that women have better health care than they're getting? Make me the case, because I want every one of those venture guys to hear it. Venture gals and guys. I mean,
so the top 4 reasons to invest in femtech. Number 1 is it's a $1.1 trillion market that is wildly underserved and untapped. So if you want a big market size with big returns, it's femtech. Number 2, it's prime for disruption. Women are tired of being second class in the medical system, and we're willing to start using new types of products and innovations. So it's prime for disruption. 80% of our founders are female, and the statistics show that female founders rock. And last but not least, our average exit value is $301 million, whereas the average tech exit is $240 million. So again, if your heart wasn't moved by this discussion, but your wallet moves, the numbers are here.
All right. Well, you made the case well, and I'm hoping that everybody who's listening that has dollars to invest and gains to be made, not only in your wallet, but also in the health of our population. And when we get women healthier, everybody gets healthier.
That's right.
So anyway.
And you don't have to be an accredited investor to put your money towards it. Femtech Focus is a 501c3 nonprofit. We have a donation page on our website. So even $5 a month helps us do what we do.
Oh, you are so awesome. All right. With that, thank you so much. We're going to have everybody head over to our networking session. And in this networking session, the questions that I want you to ask each other are, how can you be an ally? How can health technology improve the health of women around the world? And I think, as Kiki brought up, what are the new languages in the vocabulary that we need to think about how we talk about women, pregnancy, gender, sex, all of that? So anyway, we will be back for our final session of the day, where we're going to talk about children, their social and emotional well-being, and how our communities are listening to, caring for, and keeping kids safe. See you in a couple minutes. Bye, guys.
everyone, and thank you for joining us at the virtual groundbreaking ceremony for Texas Children's Hospital in Austin. I am beyond thrilled that we've reached this milestone and extremely proud to expand our footprint in the state capital.
For the past few years, I've had the privilege and honor of working alongside a remarkable and dedicated team of individuals who spent tireless days, month after month, ensuring that Texas Children's could seamlessly expand our care to Austin, Texas. In 2024, we will open our 365,000 square foot, 52-bed hospital campus in North Austin. The same high-quality inpatient and outpatient health care that we have provided to our patients since 1954 will now be a part of the Austin community.
We already have primary care, subspecialty care, and an urgent care center in place. And now we are bringing exemplary inpatient care, pediatrics, and OB-GYN to Austin and Central Texas.
Our promise from the very beginning of this journey into Austin has been to deliver the highest quality care closer to our patients through our multiple locations across the city so that children and women can access the right care in the right place at the right time.
There's going to be a seamless continuum of care throughout our facilities here at Texas Children's for primary care, outpatient specialty care, and for North Austin Hospital location as well.
With each new location, and now with the Texas Children's Hospital campus in Austin, we have the ability to expand to more and more women and children who need our world-class, one-of-a-kind care.
When Texas Children's opened its doors in 1954, our founders envisioned a hospital that would serve all children in our community and give them the hope of a healthy future. Today, we treat children from all over the country and, well, from all over the world. And we want the children and women and families of Austin and Central Texas to have access immediately to the best pediatric and OB-GYN care in the United States and in our great state. And that is exactly what we are bringing to Austin and to the families who need us.
And every step we've taken to bring this care to Austin is helping us serve the state of Texas even more successfully and allowing us to truly be Texas Children's Hospital.
We're excited and honored to serve you and your family at our future hospital campus in North Austin, and we can't wait for 2024.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you had a great time during the networking session. There was so much conversation and so many excellent questions and observations about femtech. I think we're all really excited, and I think Capital Factory is excited as well to think about what 2022 is going to look like for them. So as we're headed into our final session, and as we were thinking about this health track for Austin Startup Week, we mentioned that healthcare is at a really critical moment, and there is not a single person across the globe who hasn't been dealing with mental health challenges. And I say this being very mindful that in this country, we've lost over 700,000 souls. And with that, it's all age ranges. But when we think about the toll of mental health and loss, I think we can all agree that the hardest group that's been hit with mental health issues has been our youngest citizens. It's hit everybody hard, but particularly with the number of children who have had their schedules disrupted, who aren't seeing their friends, who don't necessarily understand what's happening. I forget the exact number, but it's in the hundreds of thousands of children who have lost a parent, who have become orphaned, who have lost somebody really close in their family, who have had all sorts of disruption in their homes. And we're seeing that show up in our emergency departments. In the last year, the CDC has reported that there's been a 44% increase in mental health emergency department visits, not just mental health challenges, but kids showing up in a situation of crisis. And the toll of the COVID-19 on the mental health of children, it's a result of the disruption in the routines and the way we would normally pick up on these patterns and the way we would intervene with kids being in school and having their teachers and school officials and coaches being mindful and being able to see when something isn't going well. And we've had a disruption of going to pediatric care visits, going in and having those regular checkups because we stopped so much of what we thought of as non-essential care. And all of these factors has really contributed to this astronomical rise of crisis level visits. So as we consider this huge need and the range of solutions that are going to be needed, we're going to need to rely on technology because there's just such a great demand and our system has already been stretched to the limits to be able to provide it. So in this next segment, we're going to, if we can invite Karen Price, Dr. Karen Price up, and all of the rest of the panels. We've got a tremendous group of experts who can speak to us from a range of contexts and settings: schools, school nurses, school psychologists, physicians, those who are in the payer space, to really help us understand what it is that we're seeing, but more importantly, how it is that we are intervening with our solutions and our community and our professionals. So Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you. Take it away. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Hey, Karen, I'm just wondering, are you able to hear? It looks like you might be on mute, just checking in.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel on pediatric mental health and community interventions. My name is Dr. Karen Price, and I am the Chief of Psychology here at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston, and really excited to be able to talk with our panel today about different innovations and technology that we are using to address pediatric mental health concerns throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I know my panelists will have a lot of really wonderful information to share with us all. I will start just with a quick question. So really thinking about the pandemic and how children's mental health was prior to the pandemic versus how it is now. I'm wondering if one of our panelists would kick us off by talking about what you have seen over the course of the past 19 months when it comes to children's mental health.
Sure, oh, go ahead. Who is?
No, please, Joanne, proceed.
Hi, I'll start with the introduction, maybe really quick. I'm Dr. Joanne Welch. I'm a general pediatrician. I practice emergency medicine and urgent care for about 17 years before I transitioned to Blue Cross Blue Shield, where I work right now. In my role in the ER, I encountered children and adolescents who were in crisis. So, hearing that there's such a significant increase in that situation, is very impactful. Once I transitioned to Blue Cross Blue Shield, I joined the team at C1 Innovation Lab as Executive Director of Operational Performance. And right there, we really work with our employer clients to identify innovative healthcare solutions that impact our members. We really want to focus on that member experience, patient experience, and healthcare affordability. So going back to your question, can you ask your question one more time, and I can make sure I get it right?
My apologies for not suggesting the introduction first. Just excited to jump to our content. So really was about what are we seeing in terms of children's mental health from prior to the pandemic and really evolving over the past 18 months or so.
Yeah, I think my comment would be, there was a resource issue with pediatric mental health and behavioral health resources prior to the pandemic. So that was a situation prior, and now the pandemic has just made it so much worse. And specifically for children who are at risk, depending on the community resources, depending on social determinants of health, those factors are really just, having even a more impact on them, especially the disconnection with school. Unfortunately, many of our kids are back in school, but when they weren't in school, they were separated for a lot of that support that schools provided, and the learning, that support was significantly disrupted, and they had just a lot more stress. We're seeing ADHD, anxiety, depression, social isolation. A lot of these things are just, more impacted, more incidents. And it's not just the children, it's their family, it's their environment. And the parents are having to cope with this too, along with trying to homeschool their kids at the same time and work. So it's just really, cause a lot of stress, and dealing with that stress has been very difficult for a lot of children.
Thank you so much. I think that's a perfect segue perhaps into one of our professionals that are working with schools and in schools to go next.
Well, hi, I'm Lori Combe, and I have 25 years as a school nurse in a Houston area school district. I'm consulting now and helping school districts and education agencies to sort through student health and school nursing issues. Prior to my entry into school nursing, I worked inpatient adolescent psychiatry, and that really prepared me for this role in school nursing. I do want to provide some context because the public isn't always aware. Texas does not have a mandate for a school nurse. 35% of schools have a full-time school nurse. 25% have no school nurse. And those are nationwide statistics. And for the remaining 35%, they might have a part-time nurse caring for multiple schools over vast geographic distances. And that's very true in this large state with lots of rural areas. What we do know, and maybe Lori Klaus will confirm this, but of the 22% of adolescents who have a severe mental health diagnosis, 70% of them are receiving that care at school. So school really is a safety net. If you think it's just about education, it's not. We are providing health care in schools. And I think what's particularly concerning, and I'm fearful is exacerbated by the pandemic, is that suicide is the number 2 killer of children. The second cause of death in children ages 10 through 24. And while females may contemplate suicide, males are 3.6 times as likely to complete a suicide. So I have some real concerns for our students for many of the reasons that Joanne just discussed.
You're absolutely right, other Laurie. I am Laurie Close. It's very rare to have 2 LAURIEs on the same panel. I'm currently the president of the National Association of School Psychologists. Before stepping into that role, I have more than 25 years of experience working in schools and universities in the field of school psychology. And what we just very timely for this discussion, we just received some information back from our membership about what they're seeing as we try to go back to in-person learning. And the number one thing that our members report is that the incidence of referrals, if you will, for dysregulated behavior has skyrocketed. it's usually fairly predictable. You usually kind of know and can plan, but essentially it has skyrocketed. And that behavior can look anything like self-injury, aggressive behavior, withdrawn behavior, but all of that, really their emotions are flooding them, and their ability to manage those emotions is significantly impaired. And a lot of that is because what we know is that we're trying to do crisis response at a sort of a universal level, but we're still in the middle of the crisis. I mean, the first step in crisis response is return to physical and psychological safety. And we can't do that yet. We are not there yet to even begin to address some of these other responses. And so it's critically important that schools who are the first line, they're where the kids are most of the time, and they have professionals with expertise to look for those red flags, work hand in hand with community agencies. It's always been extremely important, and now literally lives are depending on it. And so I hope that we can have some interesting ideas about how technology can increase and facilitate and streamline some of those connections and interactions. Another thing we hear from school psychologists is the needs of the adults in the building are huge. So many of them have experienced loss, they're grieving, or they have increased anxiety around their own crisis response. And so, not only are school psychologists being asked to address the needs of more children, they're being sought out to address the needs of some of the adults, which is, that's a whole nother thing. I mean, there aren't really people in the schools to address adult needs. That's all referred out. And so that's a big stressor. And, unfortunately, what we're seeing is lots of school staff are leaving. They are simply walking away. Teachers are walking away. Instructional assistants are walking away. Psychologists are walking away. School nurses are, because it is completely untenable for them to maintain their own sense of not even well-being, but just sense of sort of like almost well-being to stay in some of these situations. So, all we can do is support each other and try to come up with creative ways to continue to do that. And we will, because that's what we do. We figure it out. We are definitely building this plane while we're flying it. So we will continue to do that. And I look forward to this discussion about maybe some interesting ways to go forward.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Okay. Yeah. No, thanks, guys. Ben Kurian. I am a psychiatrist and executive medical director at Blue Cross Blue Shield for our risk identification and outreach program, which is kind of a multidisciplinary collaboration between behavioral health, medical, pharmacy, and data technology groups, where we kind of focus on trying to find at-risk member populations and implementing solutions for them at both the member and provider level. But kind of just to follow up on what all of you guys have said, the impact on schools, no doubt. And I think one of the points that Joanne alluded to earlier, if we take even a deeper dive and look amongst the different school districts, there's some data to say that there's a disproportionate impact on communities of color. So Black and Hispanic students especially seem to be mostly impacted, even more so with access, not only from an access to online learning perspective, but also from a negative impact with social and mental health perspective and access to care. So I think as we think through this solutions for this pandemic and the impact it's had on pediatric populations, we should place a specific emphasis on those populations.
I think that's a great point, Ben. And when we've looked at the inequities that the pandemic has sort of refocused us on and thinking about technology as one of those areas, I'm wondering if our panelists can comment on that. So we know that children are getting a lot of their mental health care in their schools. And at a very minimum, that's the place where grown-ups are laying eyes on them and watching them and seeing them. When schools are closed, when students aren't able to attend, or like you pointed out, Laurie, when there aren't enough grown-ups in the school, how do we stay connected to our students, to our children, to our adolescents in the community?
Yeah, I could take, go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, just kind of taking a step backwards and kind of looking at the pandemic factors that have kind of led to this, that have impacted the children and adolescents' emotional and behavioral responses, to kind of set the stage as to why this is such a complex and difficult situation. I mean, I think the number one thing is that how long this is, the crisis has been here. And I think someone else alluded to this, that we thought it would probably be over by now. And we all kind of thought about, what is that post-pandemic life look like? And now we're trying to deal with, well, maybe there isn't a post-pandemic life. Maybe this is it, and it's a coping. And then the rapidly changing and conflicting messages that the older children and adolescents, they hear, and it's confusing because the information is constantly changing. The quarantine and the physical isolation. The other factors of the pandemic that affect children include the uncertainty about the future. There's huge uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen in 3 months and 6 months. And separation from supportive people in their lives, like their grandparents, or if they have, like was mentioned before, the loss of a parent. All of that in the school setting is impacting these children and families. And also, on top of that, adolescents are in a developmental stage of growth. They're defining and discovering their role among their peers and their community. They're forming their values. And this social isolation that they've gone through has completely disrupted that. So I think, to the question of why, what kind of innovations and, how we can impact these, the children's this disruption in their normal lives is huge. And I think definitely technology can help with that. And I don't know, I mean, I think e-health has been a great way to try to bridge that gap. It's not perfect, and it's definitely one of the many factors of the solution.
And I would say that there certainly are disparities in access that students have to care, particularly mental health care. And IT or, tele-mental health can solve that as long as the proper reimbursement structures are in place. And the other thing we have to remember is that the health services provided in schools are in large part funded through education dollars. And so that in part speaks to the disparity in access to health services within school systems. I think, as a school nurse and as the past president of the National Association of School Nurses, and hearing our members talk about the barriers they reach, I remember having students in crisis, and we couldn't access a provider for them. An appointment was weeks or months away. There were no beds to house that child. If we could find a bed, it was a very short-term emergency care, and then they were released back to school, many times without adequate care coordination to understand how we best transition that child back to the classroom. And I think that telehealth can help to bridge that gap. And I'll point to the Texas Tech Medical Center, and they're serving a multitude of school districts in their catchment area in rural Texas, trying to meet that need, the Rural Mental Health Initiative.
Yeah, I think that's, that is all very much on point. And it's sort of like any inequities or disparities or disproportionality that we observed before have only been increased and magnified by what we've been going through. And I think, there, to me, kind of what's bubbling up is there are sort of three kinds of students who need services that we're seeing. One is the student who needs a service and has embraced the teleservice. And some even like it better, whether it's instructional or mental health services, because it's more individualized. There's more privacy in some ways, because they're not having to leave a classroom and go somewhere that everybody else isn't going. So there are some students who've really embraced it, and they have adequate resources to do so. There are others for whom it's not a good match because of attentional issues or anxiety issues or resource management issues. Although there have been, some school districts have really done extraordinary things in trying to create access points for their kiddos. But then the third group that I am just terrified for as we move forward are the ones that are missing. And when I say missing is they didn't attend virtual school, they haven't come back to in-person school, and literally no one knows where they are. And that to me says those kids are extremely at risk and they're out there. And so we're going to have to figure out ways to find them. And they all have phones. So there should be ways that we can use technology to get those kids back who have left schooling, if you will, during this time. So I think, the sky's the limit, and people are so creative at how they can figure out to use technology. That program at the Texas Tech Med Center is really being shown throughout the U.S. as a model program of how to work with school systems to make sure you're getting to the most kids you possibly can, especially in underserved areas. But, it's one more thing. We can't, just because it's hard, we can't let that equity lens be clouded. We have to always have that lens when we're talking about increasing service delivery modalities.
Yeah, Lori, I wonder if that service you're talking about through Texas Tech is affiliated. I know the Texas legislature during the pandemic passed Texas Child Health Access through Telemedicine Act, which was designed to deliver telemedicine services to public school students that were experiencing more of an acute mental health crisis to kind of just stabilize the crisis. But I wonder if that's affiliated. Just to add on to some of the things that you guys are saying, from a payer perspective, we saw a dramatic, well, we've always supported telehealth solutions at Blue Cross Blue Shield, a dramatic increase at the beginning of the pandemic that continued for the majority of 2020, where we almost went from, low percentage, less than 10% of visits for pediatric behavioral health visits were done virtually. And then in the midst of the pandemic, over 50% of those were done virtually. While that trend is start to stabilize again, I think the genie's out of the bottle and telehealth solutions are here to stay. And definitely it provides solutions, especially for those communities that may be in rural areas where there are no behavioral health providers, so to speak, or where there's an access need and there's a shortage, we know, of pediatric behavioral health providers in general. So this is one solution to try to kind of meet the demand that's already exists.
I'm thinking a lot about those kids that you mentioned, Lori, the ones that we just don't know where they are. And I start thinking about some of the solutions that they've used in medicine and in surgery with sort of shared electronic health records, so that if a patient at Texas Children's is seen down the road at Memorial Children's, we still can see that. I'm wondering if there are any thoughts or ideas about innovations, technology that we can use to broaden that safety net, or at least link the different safety nets. We've got the safety net at school, and we've got the safety net at the pediatrician's office, and hopefully safety nets throughout the community with different organizations or religious institutions and those sorts of things. Any ideas from the panelists about how we could join our different safety nets to capture more of the children?
Yeah, I think you said it. It's a lot of it is, connecting the information. So if you do have that child that is lost, to the school system, if they show up in the ER, somehow that's flagged as, somehow there's a connection. And I think that's, just in healthcare in general, that, being disconnected, whether it's with the payer, the provider, the patient families, the community resources, there's just so many silos that prevent us to, make the child's physical and mental health, reach its potential. So I think it's really a lot of the innovation has to deal with making sure that the resources are connected.
Absolutely. And I think when you said some sort of flag, if a student shows up, or a former student shows up in the ER, I also think about some way to involve the juvenile justice system in terms of when they receive students who have what most would consider fairly clear mental health issues, if there was a way that they can then instead of going incarceration to go more therapeutic, that sort of thing. That would be a really important information sharing system.
Certainly, there's some legal hurdles to manage there.
Well, yeah.
Right. We should just always remember that. So, but you know, I think for my part and for my colleagues' part, care coordination is a critical role that we engage in making sure that healthcare is translated from provider into classrooms. Sometimes parents, for many different reasons, are very hesitant to allow conversation between schools and healthcare providers. And it really is a detriment to the care of the student. And so we try to work through those processes and understanding what parents' hesitation is centered about, to educate them about the value in care coordination. So it would have to be great partnerships between providers and schools and payers, et cetera.
Yeah, I'll just be brief and echo some of the sentiments that you guys just shared. It is going to take a collaborative effort between treatment providers, school districts, the legal system, and payers as well. I'll highlight a couple of examples, though, that are already underway that are kind of doing that. So one, if you look at the UT Southwestern Center of Depression and Research in Clinical Care, they partnered with various school districts here in North Texas, where they're actually going into schools and doing depression screening and education, as well as suicide education. And it's part of both an opportunity to increase education and awareness in the schools, but then also to have a better understanding of studying the course of illness amongst some of our youth. So that's one that I'll highlight. The other one is the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, who do a fantastic job of many of the things that you guys have just highlighted in pediatric populations, geared towards increasing access to care for various at-risk pediatric populations, including the juvenile justice system.
And I think another thing that would help is just the universal screening. I think it's, pediatricians, I think in general, we need to do a better job of just implementing and putting into practice routinely at every visit, screening, depression screening for, any risks the child may have, connecting with that family, seeing what kind of situation the child is at home, and then identifying the children at risk early, and implementing, whether it's support or resources early, and then getting them referred for those children who need referral. But it's really, trying to diagnose them. So, when we see it, 1 out of every 4 children has a emotional and mental health condition, we really need to diagnose early and get them the treatment as soon as they need.
So we encounter in our offices those children who present with somatic complaints that after referral can't be substantiated, right? And we recognize that those children either don't have the language for emotion, or they associate stigma with the expression of emotion. And so we're in a position to help them articulate, to educate them about the physiology of emotion and how it presents in their bodies, help them to articulate, to help them access services, whether it's within the school or to refer outside of the school. And so I think that early identification is so key in helping mitigate mental health concerns.
If we think about the parents, the family members who are in our audience today, and they're wondering, what should I be looking for? So now we've heard a little bit about what pediatricians are looking for, what our school nurses and our school psychologists and teachers are looking for. What should parents be looking for to know if their child is at risk and might need some help?
Yeah, I think it depends on the age of the child. I mean, the child's response to stress really depends on their developmental stage and the context that they're receiving or feeling the stress. For infants and toddlers, they may manifest distress through disruptions in their regular physiological functions, which means, toilet training, feeding. They may have more separation anxiety. They may regress, from eating solids. They may not want to eat solids anymore. They may withdraw socially. I think if it's a preschool child, they may be more anxious. They may have more obsession or obsessive thoughts, compulsive practices. They may not want to leave the house. Older children and adolescents may have, more apt to internalize their symptoms. They may withdraw from, activities. They may be fearful, have anxiety. They may, have other behaviors like, defiance. They may be irritable, aggressive. So, and then some of the other children, like you said, older adolescents may, then recognize that there's a stigma associated with mental health and admitting that they're having a problem. They may feel fear or shame, and they also may not want to burden their family with admitting that they're having difficulty. So they may not say anything. They may internalize it. So, as far as what a parent, if it's differences in their daily routine, if they seem withdrawn, if they're regressing in their behavior, if there's things going on at home, like like the pandemic, or a loss of a job, or a loss of the loved one, or they're getting evicted, or the parent is trying to work from home and school their child at the same time. All of these things may cause these symptoms that the parents will need to look for. And it's hard because, again, the parents are experiencing these things as well. And the parents may not be emotionally available or as supportive as they can be because of what they're going through.
Absolutely. And I think, the developmental differences are confusing and astronomical to those of us outside of this world, But the thing that I think is consistent across ages is looking for dramatic change. The child was one way and all of a sudden they're another way. So maybe they were gregarious, outgoing, and suddenly they're fully introverted. And so it doesn't, it's a flag. And sometimes the flag plays out to be something and sometimes it doesn't. But when you have a dramatic change in your child, whether it's a developmental task, a personality trait, their relationship with you or other people as a parent, then that's when I think that's a flag and you start to investigate more.
Yeah, I'll just follow up real quick and agree with both of you guys. A couple of websites that we may be able to highlight. NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, has a good website that talks about warning signs and symptoms for parents. And the National Institute of Mental Health similarly does the same. But just to kind of piggyback on what you were talking about, Lori, those sudden changes, especially when they occur in a couple of domains, right? So sudden changes or differences in things like school performance, changes in sleeping or eating habits, and then sudden changes in social life, right? So either avoiding friends or maybe a new friend group, things along those lines. Not to say that those are always going to be signs for mental illness or disorders, but something to look out for and to dig deeper.
And I think to help with that, if parents are seeing any of these signs, it doesn't mean that the child has a diagnosable mental health condition. It just may mean that they need support. And so there's a lot of innovative apps, mobile applications out there that the parents can tap into. There's a huge resource. I can't even begin to list all of them, but a lot of them have to do with whether it's mindfulness or guided meditation and breathing, dealing with stress, understanding emotions. So there are resources that don't necessarily mean a referral, to a mental health professional. It could be something that the parent can do with the child, but they need to be aware. And so families can, reach out to their pediatricians, reach out to their local mental health authorities, schools, school nurses, let the teachers know. A lot of times the teachers and school nurses know things that the other people aren't picking up on, to try to get and identify those resources.
Thank you all for those great tips, as well as the different technology pieces and how to reach out and get more information. Want to make sure that our audience members have some time in our last few minutes. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat and we can see if our panelists can answer them. We do have a question about a somewhat different kind of stress, and this audience member is asking about educating family law courts about the needs of children during divorce and custody battle. And I know that's not exactly our topic today, but when I think about parental stress and the impact on children, I can see a parallel there. I'm wondering if any of our panelists would address that question.
I don't know if this really addresses it, but what I will say is that I know that school psychologists and the National Association and certainly the state associations are constantly working with legal entities, whether they be legislative or judicial, to try to help educate people about child development, child mental health issues, and the impact of environmental stressors. So I would imagine that other, organizations are doing that as well. And, and sometimes that's really the most we can do, is just continue to provide information and say, this is a reality of what's happening. This is what we know about the impact of stressful events on child development. That is a hard system to break into, for sure.
Have another couple of questions from the audience that are related. And so the questions are, do schools and school districts know how to deal with these problems? And how can we better prepare teachers to help?
I would say that the school districts certainly have crisis response plans to manage mental health concerns, but proactively, many schools are taking a trauma-informed care approach. And so helping staff to understand trauma and adverse childhood experiences, also helping staff to come to terms with their own trauma before we can expect them to help students address the trauma in their lives. So, it takes education, and schools have a vested interest in making sure that staff are prepared to address these issues within classrooms.
Yeah, and I'll just echo that right now there is more attention focused on that than there ever has been in my professional career, in terms of awareness and a need and the role that all the adults in the building can play. It's no longer just, send them to the nurse, send them to the school psychologist, send them to the school counselor. It's a really an increasing understanding that all the adults in the building have a role to play when dealing with someone in crisis, when dealing with someone who's showing a red flag, or when just supporting the mental health overall of all kids.
Right. And one of the comments, it's hard to be a counselor and a teacher, and I would agree, specifically, or especially, I should say, when you think about class size and class loads and how to balance the attention that students need to support their learning and then deliver education to that whole classroom. We know what role does mentorship play. It takes one caring adult to make a difference in a child's life. So mentorship is huge. I know that my school district has still, even though I'm gone, but they have a mentoring program, and I think many school systems do, where they train adults to support individual students.
Any other thoughts or ideas from our panelists on how community members can support youth and adolescents who may be experiencing mental health concerns or really just stress related to the pandemic and all of the adjustments? So not necessarily as parents, not necessarily as teachers, and not necessarily as mental health professionals, just people who live in communities where children live and where we want to see them thrive.
Well, I'll harken back to mentorship programs. If your school district, your community offers that, or you have a boy and girls club, step into that role to support students.
And I would say the awareness and just being open to talk about it, knowing that, having a conversation, talking about if you observe anything in a child or have a concern, open that conversation and, connect with the parent or, community resources to help.
Yeah. Look toward, not away. When you see someone experiencing difficulty, look toward them, and just the simple words, "Can I help?" And a lot of times the answer is no, but it's a first step. It's a step as a community saying, I'm not going to isolate you. I'm going to embrace you.
Yeah. I think programs like this, right? The more we can spread the word and awareness, increase awareness about mental health, mental illness, the more we can increase the community's awareness about that, the better job we'll do of recognizing it. One of the things we struggle with is depression and anxiety goes under-recognized, untreated. If we can do a better job of recognizing that and getting access to care, then I think that'll go a long way.
Well, I'm going to jump
I think
in.
one of the things you're
Oh, I'm
all
sorry.
alluding to is stigma, and how do we break the stigma around mental health, around mental illness, especially as it pertains to our children. So any last comments on that piece?
Talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it like you would talk about a cold or the chicken pox or whatever. Just talk about it.
Normalize it.
Yeah, I used to do research in depression and anxiety at UT Southwestern. That's what we would do, the same thing that you guys are talking about, right? If you go to see a primary care doctor, he's gonna check your blood pressure to make sure you don't have hypertension. The same thing should be the case for depression or anxiety or substance use, right? Asking questions about them. That's the only way we're gonna know if somebody's suffering from that illness.
Right.
So, Karen, I was going to jump in here. First of all, I want to thank you guys for caring about our kids. And it's, as somebody who has had 3 children now in their adult phases, I look back and I think how grateful I am for the teachers and the care providers along the way. Not only did they keep them safe, but they taught them a lot. Anytime many of us have been into a classroom, we see just how hard this is. And as much as I am a techno optimist and somebody who loves technology, I want to be an advocate for you guys because I think technology is great and it's going to be really helpful for our solutions. But Ben, Joanne, I want to target this at you. Technology is great, but I think in this instance, policy and resources, there's no amount of technology at this moment in time that is going to overcome the need for policies and resources that are going to help us address the future needs. And I want to ask you two specifically to address this. Every bit that we invest in our children in the earliest stages, tell me how much we're going to get back on that investment by investing early when the problems are at their earliest stages.
Yeah, that I think that's a wonderful question. I mean, it's just like with a physical condition, right? A child who has diabetes early or has a lot of urinary tract infections, they're going to have, renal issues, have to have a renal transplant later. You need to catch it early. The earlier you catch it, the better their outcome will be. And so when we talk to, the legislation, why do we only have so many nurses in schools, when we have this huge problem? I mean, that's a big issue. How can we connect our schools with our providers if we don't have the school resources? And we just have to we have to prioritize. It's like education in general. I mean, I think, I really appreciate the school, the input from the schools in here is that is a huge amount of time that children spend every day at school. We need to really, incorporate that into their, their healthcare, their holistic healthcare, mental and physical. But yeah, investing in the children early is essential because think about, as they go into adolescence, as they go into adulthood, we want them to reach their health potential, and their health potential is, being healthy physically and mentally.
Yeah. And so many of the school nurses, what they're there is developing the readiness to learn. So they have to have all of these health pieces. And where you guys sit in the healthcare space as a payer, you're seeing situations that come up with a diagnosis that's got a treatment and a pathway to it. And we want to be way, way, way early for that. And I'm curious, as we're sitting here talking, the thing that I'm noticing when we talked about lost children, and literally kids, we don't know where they are, across the country, school systems everywhere have reported thousands of children unaccounted for. We have no idea where they are. And when I think about those solutions and who are the innovators that can help us, shame on me, we didn't invite children to this table, because I think peer and some of the best solutions come from the beginning mindset and from our students, from our youngest innovators. So I'm making a note to myself and putting that out there to all of those who are listening, and to our school psychologists and school nurses. And we need to be tapping into our kids. They really have some great ideas, and they'll be able to help us move upstream. Then the other piece that I wanted you guys to focus on, or just to comment on, when we think about these policy changes, and we're seeing legislation that looks at Medicaid expansion, making sure that moms have full coverage during their pregnancy, making sure that we have care that is in school, making sure that dentistry and all of our senses are covered in all of this. It seems to me like one of the greatest innovations that we can have is legislative innovation, and making sure that people are registered to vote and they develop a healthy habit of voting, and that they vote through a health lens. So I just put that out there to you from the standpoint of, I want to make sure that we raise that topic, because you as a professional, as a group of professionals taking care of kids, you need a lot of help from the community. And I'm curious if there are legislative innovations that you can think of that is an ask to the community that's listening. How can we as a community be better villages and stewards of our children and our future? Ben, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
You have that sigh, that heavy sigh.
Well, no, I think we talked a little, I think along the lines of what you're talking about. We talked a little bit about one earlier, right? So increasing telehealth access, especially for at-risk communities. So when we talked about lost kids, the predominantly where that's occurring are in minority communities. So where there's difficult access to online education, right? So when there was a dramatic switch during the pandemic to online education, if you don't have stable internet access, you're not going to be able to do any sort of learning. So that was predominantly occurring in socially, economically disadvantaged communities. So if we look at it from a legislative standpoint, targeting and focusing access not only to internet, but also access to care in those communities. And the easiest way to get both of those things accomplished is through telehealth, right? That's how we can meet the demand with the supply. So I would say that and maybe the recent legislature during the pandemic, their approval of the Telehealth Act to increase access in schools, I think that's a first step to go a long way. And then supporting agencies like the Mental Health Policy Institute, who that's their sole, one of the things that they really hearken on is to try to improve access to care especially for pediatric populations.
Laurie Combe?
Well, I think we've talked about equity in access. And what we know is that when a healthcare provider looks like me, my outcomes are better. And so how do we legislate support to fund education for diverse communities to enter the healthcare field so that they can work in communities with people that they know and understand and have similar lived experiences, so that we can improve the health outcomes of all.
Yeah. Karen?
I would just echo what Laurie just said. So I think speaking to not only growing the pediatric mental health care workforce, but also diversifying the pediatric mental health care workforce. And certainly in terms of language and ethnicity and race, but also in terms of developing that connection to the community and supporting education programs that connect psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers to their communities so that they want to stay there and build and grow there instead of taking their great education elsewhere.
All right, Joanne.
Yeah, I would say the awareness is really important, and that every individual has a role to play in advocating for, what's right. And so I think instead of, waiting for somebody else to do something, we need to all take a look at what we're doing and see how we can contribute, because that's really what's going to get the momentum when it comes to the legislature. Also, sorting through, making sure that we are educated and that we have the information. So being able to sort through the misinformation that's out there was named, a public health threat to our population. So I think that's what we need to look within ourselves and be activated.
Laura Close, I'm going to give you the last word on this, and I want to end it on a happy note.
I'm going to.
I just want to say, from the standpoint of, tell us all, how do we put the happy back in a happy childhood? Because right now it hasn't felt all that happy.
Well, you know what? But you know what? The cool thing is that it is still happy. It's fully 80% of the kids are just moving right along, doing their thing. We tend to focus on the 20% who need us, who need the things that we're trained to do. But, we never see the 80% that are doing just fine in spite of everything, because kids are so resilient. That's why early intervention is critical, because, their little brains are still developing. They're still making those connections. They still have hope. We can't, that's why we can never give up.
That is so true. And I'll tell you, when people ask me what gives me hope, it's our youth. When I see how much they care about the environment, that they care about other people, refugees, they care about their teachers, they care about their pets, they care about their families. I feel like we're in good hands, and it's just up to the adults around them to be better, be the better humans that they need for us to be. So again, I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank Texas Children's for helping us to support this track and really help us to focus on the well-being of children, which I think is the well-being of our future. So again, thank you to you all, and keep doing all these great things, because heaven knows our kids need you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we come to the close of the health track for Austin Startup Week. And I'm hoping that I'm going to have my colleague, Haley Gurin, join me. Haley, are you coming up?
Hi, everyone.
There you are.
I don't have the cool background, but.
Oh, yeah. So I just want to get your take. First of all, we have a lot of people to thank. You're one of them. There are, the magic of technology has put us in front and connected us with people who have really great ideas. The audience who joins us, when people come to these things, they want to learn, but also they have ideas that they want to share. So I am so grateful for a very active audience who's been peppering us with really great comments and connections and suggestions. And I'm excited for all the connections that are happening offline. And then we've got all the magicians who are behind these scenes, like you, who are moving people around, putting signs up there, moving us in and out of green rooms, making all of us look like way smarter than we actually are. So I just want to say thank you to Haley. And I know Sam's back there and Michelle's back there. You don't see them, but oh man, thank you guys. This has been great. Haley,
yes,
thoughts about what you heard today?
Well, I have to say, many of my colleagues sitting in our command center here at Capital Factory in Voltron, controlling all of the green rooms and the live stages for Austin Startup Week, we really enjoyed the FemTech panel. We're really grateful that Dr. Bretta was able to join us. She used to be a Capital Factory employee, just like ourselves. So that was really fantastic. And, myself, I hope that she made a good point when she said that FemTech should be health tech. And I think that's a really important thing to take away from today, especially for all of our male allies watching. And I just hope that all the VCs watching, put those dollars in those companies and recognize that it's a huge market and we need the help and we need the allyship.
We do. We absolutely do. And particularly when there are policies and legislation that don't really line up with
Absolutely.
the realities and the needs. So, yeah, interesting. We are living in interesting times. And what I'm hoping is that as we bring to light the information, the data, and every data has a story behind it and somebody's life. And when we have a better understanding of that, when we lead with empathy, with kindness, with love, and we back it up with really good science and the remarkable technology that's available, and we use it to its best and highest purpose, we've got tons of capital that we can deploy that really has a financial impact. It makes our economies run better. It improves our lives. We just have a lot of resources that we can do good things with. I mean, money is a tool for doing more good things, right?
Yes, and we also need all of our, other folks that don't exactly work in tech to help us solve these problems, especially in healthcare. Not everyone's in tech, but so we need you and we need your input, and we need you here at Capital Factory. So
yeah, well, and I want to give a huge shout out to Capital Factory for hosting Startup Week. Again, we're missing all of the in-person energy. We've got, some hybrid things going on, but I have the distinct pleasure, it's a treasure actually, to be able to travel around the world and be involved with all sorts of innovation agendas and innovation economies. And every single time I get on a plane, I am always so glad I'm coming back to Austin. One of the things that I think that Austin does as far as a startup community is that we're here to listen. I refer to it as we're pathologically helpful. We want to see people succeed. And it doesn't matter how many times you're going to give your pitch. We want to listen. We want to see you progress. We want to connect you to that. And I think that Capital Factory has definitely been the center of gravity for that. They are the convening force. And every single time we have an Austin Startup Week, we bring together a group of people who have a bias towards action, who are doing hard work and solving hard problems for all of the right reasons. And I am so grateful to be a part of that. And I guess we need to close this up and say goodbye, right?
Yes. And
Okay.
also I'll go ahead and put the shout out that we're having a meet and greet / happy hour at Irene's following this event. It was sponsored by Sana Benefits, who Tony Tovar hosted the mental health and wellness track this morning. So everyone who's out there, we hope to see you at Irene's between 5 and 6:30. Irene's is located on 6th Street and West Avenue. Most Austinites know where it is, but we hope to see you there and to continue these discussions. And Shauna,
I was going to say one other final thank you that I need to make sure I get in. I really want to give a shout out. I mean, Capital Factory and putting this stuff together. We want to say thank you again to our sponsor, Texas Children's Hospital, for supporting this track, for Amazon Web Services for supporting Austin Startup Week, and again to all of the team and everybody who has spent a lot of time thinking about who are those ideas. I mean, who's got those ideas? Who's leading the way? How do we connect with them? So putting this together, we're grateful for their unique perspective and insight because they're so close to the problem. They've got a really good understanding of what the solution looks like. So I hope that you will say hi to me on Twitter. I'm at Shauna Butler RN. Please reach out to me on LinkedIn. There's some great stories on the See You Now podcast that, again, focus on how we're solving these really vexing problems, but really interesting stories about how people see the problem and they solve the problem. So Haley, I'll leave it to you to finish up the goodbyes in case I forgot anything.
Yes, everyone, listen to See You Now. It's one of my favorite podcasts now. Amazing stories, especially focused around health equity. And speaking of equity, if you'd like to reach out to me, I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator here at Capital Factory within the programs team. So please contact me on LinkedIn or contact our @CF Diversity account. And we'd love to build more events and build more focus around these issues. We'll see you all at Irene's. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.